You can watch football and certainly listen to us and watch us at the same time here on the Big Ten Live Show. Appreciate you all being here. Many of you watching an NFL playoff game, as I was to a certain extent, keeping an eye on the Steelers and the Bills. Little special matinee for all of us because of the weather issues in the Midwest and all over the country, of course. And welcome in, everyone. Appreciate you all being here at the Voice of College Football. Breaking down the game we all love each and every day with you. Best discussion, debate, and analysis. Let's get to it. Number of items here, but we're going to take calls first because we don't want you guys to wait any longer. Check out the set. I think this is the first time that we've done, yes, the Big Ten Live Show since the week before Christmas, because we were knocked off our game for both the weeks of Christmas, December 25th, and also January 1st, New Year's Day. Therefore, this would be the first. This is kind of a historic Big Ten Live Show because this would be the first involving, man, we have been improved greatly by the entry of the four from the Pac-12 in terms of our helmet display for the Big Ten. Now we've got USC, UCLA, Oregon, Washington added to the mix. Very nice. And that gives us more to talk about, more people to stop by. Appreciate you all being here. All right. Yes, there are some news and notes that I'd like to get to, but we'll take calls first. Amazon links in the description section of the video. So here's the deal. Amazon, a little company that we like to help here at the Voice of College Football. They are struggling. They're trying to make it. And so, again, it's called Amazon. And we would like to help their cause, see if we can build up their company, make them into something. And so they have called upon the Voice of College Football to do that. So you can grab the Amazon link in the description section of all the videos, including this one. Please do so. Same shopping experience, does not cost you a penny. Let's get to our first caller. I've got news from Ohio State, USC, and Michigan. And Michigan fans in particular, check out the live stream that we posted earlier today. We went live with the J.J. McCarthy news, Blake Corum, Jim Harbaugh still out there for his NFL decision, apparently meeting with the Chargers this week. Come in, Mike.
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing okay.
Yeah?
Just kind of rolling with the punches. Had the day off because it's Martin Luther King Day, and I was over on an Alabama cast, and they're losing their minds over there.
Because they're losing so many players.
And coaches. They have a defensive guy, and their main recruiter, he's gone, and he was the guy that got Caleb Downs, which is one of the best defensive backs in the country, as you know. And he went to Georgia, and they're talking about him might be going over there as well. They're just getting decimated right now.
I somehow kind of think that it will all be fine there in Tuscaloosa.
Oh, they'll be. Oh, happy birthday, Erica.
Happy birthday, Erica.
Just happened to catch that in the chat.
I did not know. Happy birthday. Very nice.
When I'm kind of worrying about Harbaugh. I think he'll go to the NFL, but there are so many better jobs than the Chargers. I mean, the Chargers are a bottom 3 NFL franchise as far as owners. Spanos is probably one of the worst owners, if not the worst owner of the NFL. Their front office is a mess. I mean, the only real benefit they have is they have a solid quarterback with Justin Herbert. So I'm kind of hoping that Harbaugh, I mean, God bless him if he goes. I kind of want him to go, to be honest, because I don't think we're going to be able to recruit with him there, but I hope he takes a better job than the Chargers.
You want Harbaugh to go?
Yes.
Because of recruiting?
Yes. Well, it's like I tell other people, if you're an 18-year-old kid, do you want to come, play for a guy that could be leaving at any moment and flirts with the NFL at any chance he gets?
Well, they've been able to do fine up until this point.
Have they? I mean,
well, in recruiting, if it produces a championship, yes. In terms of the rankings, not necessarily.
I was going to say it's more of, us being able to build up what we got rather than just to pull these blue chips out of thin air.
Well, I don't know if you look at what they were doing without him and what they were doing with him before the last few years, that they're going to improve the recruiting that much anyway.
I think we could be at least back in the top 10 because, I can't remember I think the last time I checked, we were like at around like the 16, 17 area. So, that's for a team that's, coming off, playoff and national championship. That's not great.
No, it's not. I just don't know if they're going to do better.
I'm not saying we're going to be top 3. I think, the Alabamas and the Georgia, actually about half a dozen SEC teams probably got that area of the recruiting rankings locked up. But if we were top 10, I'd be happy with that.
Okay, that would be a first. Me running into someone who wanted Jim Harbaugh gone.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just I just think, my gut is that we can recruit better because Sharon Moore isn't the best recruiter we got, but he's up there. I think that there's more. I think the ceiling is higher with Moore at the coach as opposed to Harbaugh, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be more now because the only other guy I thought was even be remotely satisfactory in my book was Jed Fish, and he took the Washington job, so he's off the table. So I pretty much think all our chips are going to fall to Sharon Moore in this one.
Yeah, I think so.
And I heard earlier that Donovan Edwards is going to stick around. So between him and Khalil Mullings, I think our running back room is okay. JJ declared, so I'm kind of curious as to how that's going to happen. For all the talk about Alex Orji, I don't see him pass, so I really don't know how polished of a passer he is. And and as hot as Jaden Davis looks, and he's having a great year, I don't know if you want to throw him in as a true freshman. So the quarterback, is kind of a question mark going into 2024. Our defense is losing a lot of pieces, but we do have some core guys back. So, we're not going to be a 12-0 team, but I think that, I think we have an excellent shot at a playoff for 2024. Not that our schedule is great.
Yeah, I think the quarterback situation is more intriguing than in most places because I want to see if Michigan's going to go out there and get a transfer portal quarterback. And there's really nothing out there right now that I think would hit their standard. Will Rogers is a decent quarterback. He's a good quarterback. I don't know if he's a national championship winning quarterback. And Talia Tagovailoa, I would take over Will Rogers. And then really in the transfer portal coming up after the spring window, that's going to really show if there's money flying out there and if there's tampering, which there is, going on before the window opens, because there should be no reason for any quarterbacks that are that level quarterback to be leaving their team, because they all know that they're starting quarterbacks where they are. So anyway, I'm going to be curious to see, because after spring practice, most of what we've seen the last couple of years is players that aren't going to be options on their team, aren't going to be, their afterthoughts, or they're really big recruits from the previous year that are going into like a redshirt freshman season, and they see that they're still buried on the depth chart at somewhere like Georgia, and then they jump in the transfer portal. So it's been a lot of leftovers or really, really young players the last few years. But something tells me that as the money continues to flow more readily, that it's going to continue to be guys that just know that they can make more money elsewhere.
Yeah, and like I said, Florida State proves that there's money to be had out there. I'm with you. The only quarterback I've heard about was Will, and I guess the talk is, even though they do have quarterbacks, I heard maybe he follows Kalen to Alabama because there's a lot of talk that they're not sure if Milroe is going to be the guy coming forward. And other than that, they don't really have another quarterback that's really proven. Buckner got some snaps, but he went to play lacrosse. And, they got Ty Simpson, they got that Julian Sayin coming up, but there's, no track record there. So they're thinking about, if they realize that Milroe isn't going to be the guy that takes him to the next step, they're talking about maybe pulling Will Howard to go with Kalen DeBoer out there.
Rogers.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Will Rogers.
They would rather have Will Rogers at quarterback than Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, I would think so.
I don't think I would agree in any such way.
I think that I don't know how much this is just a bitter aftertaste from the playoff game. I mean, they're Bama fans. They're a little temperamental.
Well, I know they're temperamental and they're used to winning it all. But and I like Will Rogers. I'm not knocking Will Rogers, but my evaluation of him has gone down since the passing of Mike Leach. I think he had a lot to do with his success. And I just think he's a guy that is a smart player who knows how to check down and where to put the football within a 10-yard range, but the upside is really not there. And Jalen Milroe played with Alabama's, just check them off, worst offensive line, worst wide receivers, arguably, worst running backs. And those are still really talented guys. We know that, but that we've seen under Saban. So I think for a first-year quarterback, he might have a lot of improving left to do, and he does, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, I just kind of wonder, because the thing is, we've seen two versions of that because, Mississippi State's offense basically did a 180 from one year to the next. So I don't really know what we can see from him.
Yeah, again, that's a close call. They're very different quarterbacks, but I would tend to take Jalen Milroe over Will Rogers myself.
I guess it's from, he has a higher ceiling because he's a lot more physical. Well, actually, I'm not going to say a lot more physical, but, Milroe is a bigger guy.
Bigger, faster, more arm talent.
Well, Will's not a little 180-pound shrimp either.
No, he's not. But Jalen Milroe is just a more impressive athlete all around.
But yeah, I think that, the portal is kind of lacking for us to pull in somebody at the last minute. So might come a chance where we just have to kind of throw Orgy in the fire and see what he's got, unless we just want to start a true freshman. And Michigan is not known for starting true freshmen. I think the first true freshman they ever started was Chad Henne, and that was in the 21st century. So Michigan doesn't have a good track record of, even if you have some sort of super frosh, he's not going to start a game unless he's just the next big thing. So, Michigan 2024 is going to be interesting. We have a lot of pieces. It just looks like, what's happening with the coaches and then the quarterback. But our defense is going to lose some pieces, but we do have some key pieces remaining. I just, it's kind of a next man up thing. I don't think we're a 12-0 team, but we're not falling off the map.
Yeah, I think the defense is going to be just fine, and defense up front, and that's where it starts, is in a great place. But it is pretty impressive when you see the list of guys that are declaring early for the draft and the guys that ran out of eligibility. You're going to test that all-time NFL draft selection number.
There's going to be a number. I would say it probably might reach in the low 20s. It's a chance. Now
20s.
It's possible. I would say a conservative estimate will go 17. To me, that's a conservative estimate.
Okay. Yeah.
It could be in the 21-22 area.
Then it's going to set a record.
Yeah, it very well might. We have the advantage of, all these seniors and COVID super seniors. So there's a lot of guys that I think the NFL is going to be looking at, because, these are quality guys. They have experience. They've been coached up. They've been, Ben Herbert's got his imprint on these guys as far as conditioning. There's NFL talent that's going into the NFL from Michigan. Now, whether they stay on a roster, who knows, or even make one. But I think I'm guessing in the between 20 and 22 area, which I believe would set a record, wouldn't it?
Yes. Georgia, 15.
Oh, I thought they reached like 17 or something.
I think it was 15.
Well, we definitely got that beat. But I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, Mike.
Well, thanks for having me on, Mark.
Thanks for getting us started. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
You too.
I believe it's Georgia from just 2 years ago with 15. I think it was Ohio State and Miami were tied at 14 NFL draft picks in 1 year. And then Georgia, definitely with the 5 first rounders. But most NFL draft picks 1 year. 15 players chosen. The Bulldogs surpassed the previous milestone set in 2004 by Ohio State and LSU in 2020. I thought Miami was there. So Georgia, 15, Ohio State, 14, LSU, 14. So you would think, although, there's only so many spots, so I don't think all those Michigan players are going to get drafted. There's only so many spots. So some of them will need to go the free agency route. All right. Next call here at the Voice of College Football. We've got Peter on the line. Peter, what's going on?
How is it going, Mark? Are you snowed in like I am? Like the whole country?
No, there's not that much snow here.
It's unfortunately snowing. I'm on the road in Missouri, and it's dumping buckets right now. It's a terrible time to be driving, but yeah, I had to. So, anywho,
hold here. Let's see. It was 14 degrees. Yes, it is 14 degrees. But in terms of cold, no. And
that's good. When I woke up,
it's supposed to be sunny tomorrow, so no snow tomorrow.
That's good. When I woke up in Oklahoma City this morning, it was -4 temperature, -19 wind chill in Oklahoma City.
Oof, brutal.
Anywho, to the topics of the day. Oh my goodness, Mark. Part of me wishes I was more like you, level-headed and even-keeled. I admire that about you. You're just a good person. And anyway, I'm not saying I'm a bad person, but I'm not as even-keeled as you. And I got some takes to share tonight. So let's get a little crazy. Crazy.
I'm ready.
Michigan screwed. They won the national championship. Enjoy it. Take it in. Soak it in. You have every right to enjoy it. Every right. But just know that JJ's gone. Corum's gone. Your guys are leaving. Your head coach is leaving. He's taking your defensive coordinator with him. Okay? So I'm not saying don't enjoy it. Enjoy it. Soak it in. Live it up. Go take pictures at Meyer with the trophy like I've seen my buddies do. Go do it all. But understand, you're taking some fat L's next year, guys. And I don't mean close losses. I mean big losses. So I'm just prepare yourselves now, because if you don't get a transfer portal quarterback, Orgy's not it, Denegal's not it. If you're going to compete for anything of substance next season, you have to get a transfer portal quarterback, and they're drying up quick. So I'm just saying.
How many losses are we talking about, Peter?
I'm not talking monumental amount of losses. They'll make a decent bowl game. I'm talking 3.
Okay.
I'm not going to get too crazy, because like you mentioned and Mike mentioned, good caller. Mike is a good caller, not a arrogant Michigan fan. He's a great caller, but their defense is going to be great next year. It will be good. You get Will Johnson, you get Grant, and you get Graham back. But your offense, I was looking at your 2 deep chart on MGO blog the other day. The only name I recognized was the guy Tyler Morris, who went up the sideline versus Bama. The other guys, and I know Michigan football well. Who are they? I don't know them. Wilson's gone. Cornelius Johnson's gone. These
Yep.
guys are coming in, have no experience. I value talent over experience. And Ohio State is going to be the oldest team in college football. You have to fact check me on that. Next season.
Yeah. Point well taken. Old enough. Yeah.
Old enough.
Yeah.
And everybody's coming back because the culture is strong. People keep attacking Ryan Day because they want to see the downfall of Ohio State. Well, I have news for you. It is not coming. Not under Day's watch. Yes, he's lost 3 straight. I get it. And I accept that. And I'm not mad about it. Okay, I'm a little mad about it. But in Columbus, with our most experienced team since 2020, y'all better check yourselves and come to play. Because Ryan Day and the entire team outside of Colin McCord, Marvin Harrison, and Mike Hall Jr. are coming back to take everything from you, Michigan. And I mean it all. So that's all I've got, basically. Just want to come on. Love the show. Subscribe. Like it. Just continue to support the channels. Congrats on 44K. Use the Amazon links, guys. Just wanted to share my 2-piece, and I'm going to hop off, and hopefully you enjoyed that.
Well, Peter, that should shake some people up. Hopefully that's got us off to a good start, and people are now awake in the chat.
I hope they're awake.
They're going to come after you now. They're going to come after me, and I'm going to have to defend you.
You have to shield them off somehow. I brought the heat, hopefully. But anyway, yeah, you have a great channel, and I'll continue to support, and I'll hopefully be back for the panel later on tonight if I can get off these crazy roads later on.
Yeah. Drive safely.
Thank
Stay
you.
warm.
Have a good night now.
Thanks, Peter. Appreciate
Yep.
it.
Bye.
All right. Good to hear from Peter. Okay. Says the Buckeyes are loaded. Most of the NFL draft decisions came back the Buckeyes' way. The obvious one, Marvin Harrison Jr. is next sticking around regardless of the crazy numbers that were thrown out in NIL. Kyle McCord, no big loss there. Not discounting in any way his contribution to the 2023 Buckeyes, but we all believe that they've upgraded at the position. Maybe not substantially, but upgraded. Will Howard, more experience, more mobile, if nothing else. And then all the other possibilities went Ohio State's way. JT Tuimoloau, Jack Sawyer, Travion Henderson, on down the line. They pick up Howard. They pick up Quinshon Judkins. They pick up Seth McLaughlin, the Alabama offensive lineman. And if you want to troll, of course, insert bad snap GIF right there. But if you are just thinking about it reasonably, then you know that he can either be coached or play another position, meaning guard. So Ohio State has retained a really good team. I don't care what happened in the bowl game, that they finished 11-2 and dropped to number 10 in the rankings. This was not the 10th best team in the country. This was top 4 or 5 team in the country. And yes, bring tons of guys back. And on the Michigan side, we went through it on the Michigan Live show this morning. Check it out. Went through all the early entries to the NFL draft and then the guys that have no more eligibility. I cannot think of a time when there was that type of exodus off of one team. And they've lost a lot of talented, not a lot, a few talented players to the transfer portal who, for whatever reason, don't see a future there. Or maybe NIL was a factor. It's hard for me to count out Michigan. And if Ryan Day cannot win under these circumstances and these conditions, then he should be shown the door. All right, let's keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football on the Big Ten Live Show. And we will keep in mind, let you all know that we have a programming change starting this week. So the Big Ten Live Show is moving to Friday. So the Big Ten Live Show with me, Fridays at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. We will have the call-in show where you can actually pick up the phone. I know it doesn't look like this anymore, but that's just kind of the phone motion, the phone icon there. You know, grab your cell phone, give us a call. We're going to have great guests stop by as well, but the Big Ten Live Show is moving to Fridays, 7 o'clock Eastern time. And the Ocho, the Big Ten Ocho, will continue Mondays at 8 o'clock Eastern time with John Diadamo. Also, we'd like to fire up an SEC show every week. Still trying to pin down a day and a time, and figure out when we could get in the most SEC media to join us. So that's always a guessing game. I've reached out to a number of people, asked them when they would be able to stop by more than not. So again, we want to present balanced college football coverage here at the Voice of College Football, but the Big Ten and the SEC making that difficult because they're loading up on all the important teams, most of the important teams. Sorry if I offended you. And so we would like to launch an SEC live show as well that we've done in the past, but make it better than what we've done in the past. And so be looking out for that. But again, Big Ten live show moves to Fridays, 7 o'clock Eastern time. The Ocho with John, Mondays at 8. The real MVP's dropping by to talk some Big Ten football.
Hey, Mark, how you doing this evening?
I am doing just fine. Yourself?
Good, trying to stay warm. How about you?
I am trying to do the same, and I am right now, nice and warm. I'm
Good.
Thankful for a warm home. Yes.
Good to hear, Mark. Now, I'm just want to say, Mark, I'm just so proud of Mike Ford. Like, his call really gave me hope for the Michigan fan base as a whole. Like, he understood where recruiting rankings matter, Mark. I just wanted to congratulate him for understanding this, that it matters when you're trying to be good over a consecutive period of time. I was surprised about that, Mark. What do you say?
Well, I got to say that I countered that by trying to play into he and other people's thinking that all the development is going to take care of that. So I did say, well, really, you've been able to bypass that here over the last few years, and especially this year with development and the transfer portal. But he didn't think that top 15-ish classes are going to get the job done in the future.
Well, Michigan and everyone else in the Big Ten and SEC is going to play a significantly harder schedule, a more talented schedule going forward. To me, this was such a fluky season, Mark. I mean, using this season as the way you want to build your team or your program, I don't think it's a good idea. I mean, we had a 13-0 team miss the playoff. We had a 12-1 Ohio State team not get considered for the playoffs. We had a 12-1 Georgia team who lost to Alabama by 3 points not considered for the playoffs. So, in my humble and personal opinion, Michigan had a lot of things go right for them just to get to the playoffs. And then they played the worst Alabama team since probably 2007 to win the championship. And, Mark, I want to float out a take about 2024 Michigan, okay? I just want to float it out there. It's early on in the season for 2024. So, okay. I think it's more likely Michigan misses the playoffs than they make the Final Four next year.
Okay, I would agree with that. Yep, I'll take it. I'll take your side on that one. Not a slam dunk, and not that Michigan can't continue, especially if Harbaugh comes back, that they couldn't piece something together and be a much better team in November than start in week 1 and have one of those kind of seasons that if they can hold it together, and let's say we got the schedule right up there, Texas, USC, Washington by week 6, if they're 5-1 at that point, and then they can ride it out where maybe another loss against Oregon or Ohio State gets them to 10-2, then they're in the playoff. And then let's say they're peaking at that point and they make the Final Four. But yeah, I will slightly lean your way for a 9-3 season where they miss the playoffs, because let's say 3 Big Ten teams make it that are 11-1, 10-2, i.e. Ohio State, USC, Oregon, Penn State, etc. Okay.
Right. And 9-3, I think, is very borderline. I think if Michigan goes 9-3, they should be unquestionably in the playoffs this year. Because if they lose to Texas, Oregon, and Ohio State, to me, that's a team that absolutely should be in the playoffs. But we're in this crazy system, in my opinion, where we've got to pretend the Big 12 and the ACC have a legitimate chance to do anything relevant. So, it's just kind of sad to me, Mark, where the direction of the sport's going. No disrespect to Florida State, Clemson, Iowa State, Oklahoma State, but I don't care if they go 12-0, Mark. I just don't. I just don't see the calories of their wins compared to beating up on Texas and beating Oregon or beating USC. I just see them as a completely different sport going forward, Mark, and I think we need to start adjusting our brains that Michigan going 9-3 could be better than Iowa State going 12-0.
I think what's going to have to adjust the committee's brains is going to be one of two things. Either they are going to really look at the non-conference games, which we will have to do here at some point, not just the non-conference games like we typically do, but in the fashion that you're talking about. Size up the non-conference games, looking at who are the Big Ten and the SEC playing from the other two conferences. And if they really beat up on those teams, that the committee takes that in hand and says, you know what? We're not just looking at a record and saying, okay, all the champs make it, and then we're going to do this ranking or this record ranking priority list, and then we'll give the tiebreakers to the SEC and the Big Ten. But we will truly look at, because of the play on the field, and say, you know what? A 9-3 Michigan is going to get in over a 10-2 Kansas State. That's just the way it is, because they played a tougher schedule. Whether they take that approach initially in this first year, or whether it takes a few years to get to that point, because the out-of-conference games are showing us that, and also the playoff games are showing us that, where there's this, they just have to see it play out. That I'm going to be looking out for that.
Right, and I would argue we saw it somewhat this year with the 14 playoff. I mean, in my opinion, part of the reason Alabama made the playoff instead of Florida State is Alabama's from the SEC. Alabama's won all these national titles. They got Nick Saban, the greatest coach of all time, playing there, and Florida State was just Florida State, and they were a complete train wreck outside of this year. And their conference was a train wreck this year, Mark. So I would argue it's somewhat taken into effect this year, what you're talking about.
Yeah, but if we combine the Big Ten and the SEC this year, and then we take, that might be a number we need to come up with. Take the Big Ten and the SEC this year, add the 6 schools, their non-conference results, and then say, okay, how did they all play against the Big 12 and the ACC? I don't think it's that overwhelming.
Well, it also depends on late season matchups and stuff like that.
It does.
As well. So I really can't say, like, the only real results that are coming to my mind right now is Penn State beat West Virginia, Iowa beat Iowa State, Kentucky beat Louisville, Georgia beat Georgia Tech, but
Florida State beat Florida.
Yeah, but who cares? I mean, that's Florida State's 1 and Florida's 10.
Yes, I know. Still one of the games, though.
I understand it shouldn't matter some, but that's like me saying, here's a perfect counterexample. Tennessee beat Virginia, Mark. Who cares?
Counter. Yeah. So we'd have to throw those games out. But if we're going to take anything within a couple seed spots, brushing through the Pac-12, Washington State beat Wisconsin. So there's a win for the small conferences. And Colorado beat Nebraska. Yeah, we could play this all day, but another factor would be, do we really care about anybody seeded lower than 5th in a conference? And is that proving anything? If we just took the top 4 seeds, let's say, in all of those conferences, and how did they play outside the conference, that might tell us a little bit more.
That's fair. That's a fair way of looking at it as well, Mark.
Who are your 4 in the Big 12? Your 4 best schools transitioning from 23 to 24 in the now current Big 12.
Oklahoma State.
Okay.
Iowa State, Kansas State, Baylor? I'm struggling with the fourth one. Baylor,
How about
TCU,
Utah?
Texas.
How about Utah?
Oh, Utah. Yeah, we'll throw
How about
Utah.
Utah? Utah beat Baylor, which wouldn't count because they're in the same conference. They beat Florida, not a like-seeded matchup, so we got to throw that out. We've got Oklahoma State. They beat Arizona State. Well, they're going to be in the same conference. They beat Texas A&M. Okay, do we add that one? Do we give one to the little two? Maybe.
I mean, we can, but I wanted to talk about the game, the Oklahoma State Texas A&M game.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you watched about that bowl game, but they said 31 players at Texas A&M opted out.
Well, I
for
know
that.
that the backup quarterback got hurt very early in the game, and they played with the third-string quarterback, and he still threw for like 360 yards.
Right. But I always hear from these Florida State fans, Mark, that they had like 20-some players opt out, and that's why the game basically shouldn't count. It's interesting to me. Texas A&M, I believe, had more players opt out, and yet they were able to keep the game significantly closer.
Yeah, it was a good game. And yeah, it's a tough exercise. And I hate that it's come to that because I would like to really be able to rely on these postseason games, the bowl games, to judge these conferences. But that's
Well, that's
tough
why
to
we
do.
should go to a +1 model, Mark. That's the only thing to me that makes logical sense is do the +1. Every team that plays in the NY6 bowl games feels like they have somewhat of a chance to win the national championship. I mean,
If we had a +1 this year, we would have had Michigan, Washington Rose Bowl. We would have had Alabama in the Sugar. We would have had Florida State in the Orange. We would have had, let's say, the Big 12 champion, Texas in the Fiesta. And then we would have to figure out the slots for everybody else. We'd kick out Liberty, and we would have, we would just have to figure out, okay, what's the fair matchups, the equitable matchups to match up against those teams in the Sugar and so forth. I missed the Cotton Bowl. So anyway, we'd have to figure out all of that and what those matchups would look like. And then I would like to know out of those matchups, if chalk holds, what our situation looks like. I guess if you had a Florida State, Georgia would be your, I think what would turn out to be, to cut to the chase, in your and a lot of people's estimation, Michigan wins the Rose Bowl against Washington and Georgia beats Florida State in the Orange Bowl, and we'd have Georgia and Michigan play for the national championship.
maybe
But
it could have been that. It depends what Texas would have done.
yeah, we'd have all sorts of issues. I like your +1, but I guess if we would really go through the years, we would have certain scenarios where it would just be a perfect fix. But we would have other years where we would have issues. If Texas wins, Bama wins, Georgia wins, who goes to the championship game against, let's
Texas.
say, Michigan?
Texas beat Bama. Bama beat Georgia. So Texas goes in.
Okay. So we got a Michigan, Texas +1.
Right. If Florida State beats Georgia, Florida State, Michigan's your national championship game. You don't have Florida State fans arguing that they were undefeated, therefore they should have made the national championship game. So it's not a perfect system, Mark. But outside of what the NFL's doing with having a true playoff system where it's based on record and every schedule's somewhat equitable, you're not going to have a perfect system. I'm not claiming the +1 is this magic cure-all. I'm not even saying I think most years it'll work. I'm not saying all years it'll work, but I think it's the best system we have going forward. The biggest issue with college football is the lack of equitable schedules, especially going forward. I mean, what the Big Ten and SEC have done to the sport is going to absolutely destroy any chance of equitable scheduling going forward, just because of the amount of non-conference games versus conference games being played.
Yes. So we could do one of two things about that. We could, if you look at it a certain way, we could just make the non-conference scheduling equitable in and of itself, which would not take care of the disparity in how good and weak the conferences are, or we could take it all together and say, since the Big Ten and the SEC play such difficult conference schedules, that they would play lighter non-conference games, and the Big 12 and the ACC would have to really take on difficult non-conference schedules to even it all out. And that would probably take a lot. Like Utah would have to play Michigan, Alabama, and LSU in the non-conference, and Alabama would play, or let's say Georgia would play Baylor, Georgia Tech, and Rutgers or something. I don't know. They would probably look a little silly.
Right.
+1, when you say it would fix college football, or you said it's not perfect, but it would help fix college football, I think it more so fixes the bowl dilemma.
Well, it fixes the bowl dilemma. It gets rid of the committee. I mean, the committee has basically no power at that stake, because it's going to be in most years, it'll be pretty obvious what teams should be in the national championship game.
But you still have to have somebody in charge to figure out who that's going to be.
Right. That would be the committee's job. But most years, it's taken out of their hands. Like if Florida State goes 14-0 and Michigan went 14-0, those are your two teams placed for the national championship. So you're going to have a key extra data point, because you're going to eliminate half the teams that are going to have a chance to win the national championship game. So at worst, you go from the somewhat 8 this year or 6 to 3 or 4. So I like it. What's your big issue with the +1 model? Why are you so pro objective playoff spots?
Our buddy Matt Zemek at Trojans Wire brought up the +1 to me maybe a year ago, and I cherry picked a couple of years and it worked, or maybe he cherry picked a couple of years and it worked, and I was like, okay. To your point, it solves the interest and the levity, the weightiness, the value of New Year's Day, the major bowls. They all count. They're all important because everybody's got a shot to make the national championship game. So suddenly, boom, we don't have Ohio State, Missouri in the Cotton Bowl. Big deal. No, it becomes a big deal. However, I don't know if you completely remedy that, first off, because if you've got games like that, then those teams aren't going to elevate. Well, maybe Ohio State would have a chance. They only had one loss. Okay, what I don't like about it is the very last point that we made is that I think if you go from year to year to year, that you don't have a clear-cut 2 to emerge out of that round. I don't see it.
Oh, I completely agree with you, but I guess this may be the difference between me and you and where I think the sport should be. I think the sport should have some subjectivity still involved in it. I think college football has been a subjective sport since its inception, and I want to keep a little bit of that.
Yeah, I just don't like the thought that we're going to have a +1 and we're going to have 1 or 2 other teams sitting on the sideline that have just as much credentials as the 2 teams playing in the championship game.
I get it, but at least with the +1 model, Mark, you can tell those teams, well, you should have won all your games. At least there's going to be some excuse why they shouldn't make the playoff, why they didn't get cut off. Like Alabama this year, it could have been, well, you shouldn't have lost to Texas. Now, it's going to be an absurdly high standard, but that's what it takes to win the national championship. So it's not going to be like Florida State this year, where they did everything in their power and still didn't even get invited.
Well, there's a possibility to have 3 undefeated teams all go to separate bowl games.
You could, but now this is something you could do to avoid it, is you can get rid of the conference affiliation of these bowl games if that were to happen, and force 2 undefeated teams to play one another. Because
or you kind of do something in between and you say, we're going to stick to the conference affiliations because fans like those affiliations, but if they get in the way, of an undefeated matchup or whatever matchup would decide a spot, then we will break the mold and flip-flop teams.
Yeah, you could do that as well. That would work. So anyway, Mark, that's all I really got for you today about this +1 model in Michigan 2024. They need a quarterback, just somebody serviceable. I don't see Alex Orji being able to do anything. I mean, the lack of confidence Jim Harbaugh in him was kind of startling. I would have assumed in the Alabama game he would have thrown the football once. Just throw it once and see what happens as a trick play. But every time he was in the game, he ran it. I knew he was going to run it. Alabama knew he was going to run it. Everyone in the stadium should have known he was going to run it. So I just don't think they trust in Alex Orji. And I just don't think Jim Harbaugh is going to be at Michigan next year. I think they're going to take a step back, go 9-3, 8-4. But anyway, Mark, that's all I got for you. Good talking to you.
Thanks, Darrell. Appreciate you being here. The only thing I'll say about that is that I would agree with Darrell is that they had a set plan for Alex Orji, and it was an effective one. So it worked. That he's that much of a force running the football to give JJ a breather, have him come in, and it was effective though. There have been quarterbacks in the past, not a lot, not many, but one comes to mind. Justin Fields comes to mind, that when he was at Georgia, Kirby Smart did not trust him. Even though he was the number one quarterback in the country coming out of high school, he would relieve Jake Fromm in much the same way, and they never let him throw the ball. If he threw the ball, it was just they had little screen passes for him to throw. Never allowed him to do anything else. What did he do? Okay, Jake Fromm's the quarterback at Georgia. I can't get this job. I'm going to Ohio State. And then they elevate past Georgia and go undefeated. All right, let's get back to it. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. We got Vaughn on the line.
Hey, Mark. I just want to share a couple of my thoughts on
Absolutely.
Jim Harbaugh. So full disclosure, I am a Michigan fan, but I also admit that I am a Harbaugh critic. Like I was one of the ones that wanted him to be fired. Now, with that said, I take back everything negative I ever said about him. He's won a championship. He deserves it to do whatever he wants. I was really hoping that, and this still happened, that he goes off to the NFL. But I was really hoping that Michigan would get Kalen DeBoer, because when Harbaugh leaves, like I'm pretty sure he's taking Jesse Minter with him, and I believe that Ben Herbert is going to leave with him as well. That's just what I heard, but I don't know. I'm just spouting off what I heard. But I feel that when it comes to recruiting, Harbaugh hurts Michigan. And I know Michigan isn't a recruiting powerhouse, but I agree with Mike Ford that I believe Michigan can be a top 10 recruiting program if Harbaugh wasn't always flirting with the NFL every year and putting doubts in the minds of recruiters. So that's my thoughts on Harbaugh and going forward. And I'm not sure. Yeah, I think Sherman Moore is a good coach. I would be curious to see. In a way, he would kind of be similar to Ryan Day, like being born on third base with what Harbaugh has built. And so I would be curious to see how he works out and how Ohio State fans respond to him. And then the next thing I wanted to
Hey, Vaughn, before you continue, a couple things there. Number one, I know it's only a sample size of 2, but between you and Mike, I am surprised that, and if there are more, and I'm sure there are, more Michigan fans who have no issue with Jim Harbaugh taking off. I thought that was the fear of Michigan fans, but here I'm hearing from 2 Michigan fans that are basically saying, fine with us. Actually, we would want him to leave because all this NFL talk that swirls around him every year is hurting recruiting and we can do better. So that's come as a bit of a surprise to me. And number 2, for as much as I would like to equate Sherrone Moore Sharon Moore to Ryan Day and making that comment about him starting off on third base. With all those players leaving for the NFL and Michigan not building upon top 3 recruiting classes like Ohio State, actually, I would say it's not true.
Okay, well, that's good. I actually feel better. I'm glad you said that and pointed that out. And so, in regards to Ohio State, I think Ohio State's going to win the national championship next year, and with all the players that they have coming back, with the changes that Ryan Day is making, hopefully he turns over the play calling to someone else and really go hands off, not completely hands off, but just say, hey, I trust you enough to call plays so I can take care of the CEO aspect of it. But I think Ohio State is poised for a national championship run, which isn't surprising, me saying that itself, because they're a perennial, top 4 team every year. But I think this upcoming season will be Ohio State's year. And then my final thing I wanted to ask you is, with Michigan winning the national championship, does that make Michigan elite? And if so, how long are they elite? Does winning a national championship buy you 3-4 years to say, hey, we're an elite program, or does Michigan still need to go and do this year in, year out, at least be in the top 4? What's your thoughts on eliteness? Because I've been struggling to call Michigan elite, or I don't know. So what are your thoughts?
I love these kind of questions because you got to come with facts and information, but there is room for debate and subjectivity. So for me, I would put it this way. Michigan will forever be a blue blood. They will forever be who they are historically down through the ages. But in terms of being elite right now, okay, they are elite right now because they did not pull off a TCU 5-7, and let's say TCU would have beaten Georgia, won the national championship, and then jump back down to 5-7 this year. We're not talking about teams, we're talking about a program. And so for me, when Jim Harbaugh was able to establish a top 10 to 15 program for a number of years, and then for 3 consecutive years, win the Big Ten, beat Ohio State, go to the playoff, and now break through and win a national championship, they're elite. Now, if Washington would have won the national championship, that would be a more difficult discussion. But for me, Michigan's elite, no question. Now, what do they need to do to keep that status? It's very much, again, a judgment call, because just because they go, let's say 9-3 doesn't mean it's 9-3 elite. 9-3 in and of itself to me is not elite. But if it's coming off a national championship, I don't take them off the elite status. If they're 9-3, tough schedule, Big Ten, and they miss the playoffs, I'm not taking them out of the elite category quite yet. I'm going to let that, I'm going to allow that to remain with them. I think you need to be a top roughly 5 program in the country to be elite. At least that's the way college football's played out for, let's say, the last 10 years. There's been about 4 to 5 programs that have consistently competed for the playoffs. Well, going forward, the playoffs are going to be much easier to make. So I think if you're in that 10 plus win category almost all the time, going to the playoff most of the time, winning your conference a good share of the time, and competing for national championships, then you're going to be elite in my book.
Okay, well, thank you, Mark, and you have a great evening.
Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate it. Have a good night. I did say earlier today on the other show, the Michigan show, that, yeah, we are wide open to talk about anything. Of course, we just talk about the Big Ten on this show, but to talk about 1908 Yale. 1908 Yale. Ralph likes Will Rogers, the Mississippi State quarterback, is a one-year starter, has played like 50 games. And once he turns in another full season, if he stays healthy this year, Will Rogers is going to have one of the most prolific careers in the history of college football. If we look to see where Will Rogers stacks up, it's crazy. It is crazy. Will Rogers, right now, let me see if I can find this. If we look at all-time leaders in college football, let's do it so we all can see it here. Let's start with passing yards. That's always a good one right there. All-time passing yards. Who's number one? Case Keenum, Timmy Chang, Landry Jones, Graham Harrell. We see the list right there. Sam Hartman, the most recent quarterback, and Bo Nix. Bo Nix and Sam Hartman, who just completed their careers, are number 5 and 6. Look at Dylan Gabriel. Look at that number. So let's say Dylan Gabriel throws for 4,000 yards this year. He will elevate to number 2 all-time in passing yards. Dylan Gabriel. Will Rogers got hurt this year, also did not play in the Mike Leach offense, so his numbers suffered this year. But where is he? I may have missed him. Will Rogers, where in the heck is he? There he is, 39. So that doesn't seem too high, but 12,315 yards. If he throws for 3,500 yards, that's going to put him at 15.8. That's going to raise him all the way up to number 4 all-time in passing yards. There you go. All right. Wanted to hit some other news and notes. Again, we are welcoming our friends from the West Coast kind of officially this week, unofficially this week. Welcome in to the Big Ten Live Show, Washington fans, USC fans, UCLA fans. Are you out there? UCLA fans, Oregon fans as well. Welcome to the Big Ten Live Show. You are, unlike what would be the attitude from a lot of Big Ten fans, you are fully welcome, fully ingrained, fully entrenched in Big Ten football. We would not in any such way, if you call the show, treat you like some kind of, cast off, some newcomer. No, you are fully a part of the family immediately. Okay. So USC news. I know we will cover this more extensively tonight during the Trojan Conquest live show that we present every Monday over on the USC channel. The USC channel. Monday night, 8 o'clock Pacific time. Defensive line coach Eric Henderson is leaving the Los Angeles Rams, just ousted from the playoffs last night, to join Lincoln Riley's staff at USC as their co-defensive coordinator. Henderson also will be the Trojans' defensive line coach and run game coordinator under new defensive coordinator D'Anton Lynn. Henderson's been the Rams defensive line coach for the past 5 seasons, developing a close bond with 8-time All-Pro Aaron Donald and his fellow linemen. Henderson also served as the Los Angeles Rams run game coordinator for the past 3 seasons. He spent 2 years on the Chargers coaching staff before joining the Rams in 2019. The former Georgia Tech lineman started his coaching career in college at Georgia Military, Oklahoma State, and Texas San Antonio. All right. Henderson is the 4th prominent veteran coach to join what will be a completely new defensive staff at USC. And we all know how bad USC's been defensively under Alex Grinch, who was fired near the end of the season. 8-5 last season, despite having one of the most productive offenses in the nation. USC's defense finished 116th in the FBS in total defense, with 433 yards allowed per game under Alex Grinch, fired with 2 games left. So that's one news item. Big news. Eric Henderson, D-line coach at the NFL's Los Angeles Rams, moving to USC as D-line coach and also co-defensive coordinator. We also have, there is going to be a change at the top for Ohio State as Gene Smith is hanging him up as athletic director, but who is going to replace him? According to Pete Thamel, ESPN, Ohio State is targeting Texas A&M athletic director Ross Bjork. The hiring process is in the final stages per sources, with a conclusion expected in the coming days. Sources told ESPN in recent days that officials had reached out to other finalists and told them they were no longer in the running. This brings a paradigm shift for Ohio State athletics in the wake of the retirement of longtime AD Gene Smith, signaling a change in direction under new president Ted Carter. For years, the parlor game at athletic director conventions had been which one of Smith's successful Ohio State proteges would replace him at Ohio State. There were always plenty of potential candidates who had worked under Smith, including Washington State's Pat John, Pitt's Heather Lyke, Utah State's Diana Sabau, and UCLA's Martin Jarmond, who's well thought of, as they all are. But they're going to go outside that ring of honor, that relationship dynamic, to go with Ross Bjork after he just fired Jimbo Fisher, which resulted in the highest buyout in the history of sports. Ross Bjork brings more than a decade of SEC experience. He worked at Ole Miss as the AD from 2012 to 19 before being hired at Texas A&M. Prior to Ole Miss, he was the athletic director at Western Kentucky. And Ohio State, as of right now, is the largest athletic program in the country. It has the most athletic teams, most sports, raises the most money, earns the most money, most revenue, et cetera, et cetera. 36 varsity sports. Then we also have going on today, somebody hit on this. Again, Michigan Live this morning, we did a special edition with all the NFL decisions. Blake Corum, J.J. McCarthy going to the NFL, along with Josh Wallace announced this weekend as well. But national champion Michigan received a boost on both sides of the ball Monday. Donovan Edwards and edge rusher Josiah Stewart announced their intentions to return for 2024. Josiah Stewart transferred to Michigan from Coastal Carolina in December of 22, finished second on the team in sacks with 5.5, tied for third in tackles for loss with 8.5. He earned Honorable mention, all Big Ten from the league's coaches. Stewart had a breakout freshman season for Coastal Carolina in 2021 with 12.5 sacks. Edwards, we know his deal. 5-star coming out of high school, one of the best backs in the nation, number 1 or 2, depending on your service. And then he, of course, had he had a break-in freshman season, got a little spot duty here and there. Had a big game in the receiving category against Maryland. I believe 10 catches for $150. Then really had the breakout when Blake Corum was shelved after the injury against Illinois, and Donovan Edwards helped lead Michigan past Ohio State with just a historic day against the Buckeyes. Mammoth Big Ten championship game against Purdue, 100+ yards against TCU, and then just disappeared this year until the national championship game. All right, folks. So thoughts about Michigan NFL decisions, 2 going Michigan's way on either side of the ball. As Mike is telling us in the chat, Samaj Morgan, get used to that name. Benjamin Hall at running back and Khalil Mullings with Edwards. You got to think that it's going to be Edwards, although Mullings will have something to say about that. Actually surpassed at some points of the season Edwards as the number 2, and also Benjamin Hall in the mix for the Maize and Blue at running back. We invite you to join the show. We have no callers currently. The link is in the chat as of right now. News coming in from Erica. Thank you for that, Erica. Iowa tight end Eric All has officially declared for the NFL draft as expected per his Instagram. We hit on that last week, and Corey let us know, Corey Brada, who we will be on with, of course, Tuesday. So that's Tuesday, and Corey and myself, Tuesday for the Iowa show. And Corey had mentioned that was a done deal. Luke Lachey, however, coming back for the Hawkeyes at tight end. All right. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. We got Chris on the line.
Hey, Mark. This is the second time I talked to you today, I think.
Absolutely, it is.
I don't want to waste your time, Mark.
That.
You're a busy man. I don't want to and I don't want to impose upon you. I just, I'm trying to understand a little bit more about what the real MVP was trying to get at, and I can't talk to him directly, but was the general idea that, without, putting his thoughts in my head or whatever, he's suggesting that a Big 12 team isn't necessarily capable maybe of being a threat moving forward? Was that the general idea? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I completely understood what he was trying to say.
Yes. So his thought, and I certainly have the same thought, is that once Texas, Oklahoma moved to the SEC,
sure,
Washington, USC, UCLA, and Oregon to the Big Ten, that there is a huge gap between the top 2 conferences and the other 2.
Yeah.
Therefore, it is going to be difficult for a team, especially from the Big 12, maybe Clemson, Florida State from the ACC, but a team from the Big 12 to seriously compete for a national championship.
Okay. And is that based mostly on previous? Is that I'm just so I can understand maybe where the thinking comes from? Is that generally because of the history surrounding the programs? Is that what that's based on mostly, or is that based on recruiting rankings? I'm not quite sure. Not sure I completely understand what the thought process was there, but it must be based on recruiting maybe.
I think it's based on all of it. So let's start with the results, Chris. Who would be in the new Big 12? Who would be the most recent national champion?
I'd have to take a look at it, Mark. I don't know that I keep enough close tabs on it to really tell you offhand.
Well, I'm almost positive it would be BYU from 1984.
Okay.
Unless I'm
And
missing someone, people can
that's
correct
one
me.
I don't know that you think is a very valid claim, if I'm not mistaken. I don't
Oh,
wanna,
we would have Colorado. Colorado from 1990. Okay. They just
Okay.
popped into my head. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of maybe understand where if you don't have the best teams in the best conference or whatever, I mean, that makes it tougher, I think, to be represented, especially if we're going to limit, I don't know. I guess 12 is the limit of it. I don't know. Is there any movement to maybe expand it at all? Do you know?
Oh, there might be movement down the road, but I got to think that they're committed to 12 for quite some time. And then in addition to that, these teams that make it have to win 3, if not 4 games.
4 games?
Well, if you're not a recipient of a first round bye, then you have to win 4 games.
I don't know that I understand the complete structure of it, I guess. Does it advance 4? I mean, it's a 12-team playoff, so I'm not sure I understand it completely, but so it advances 4 to play an 8 or 8 teams, I guess. Is that the
Yeah, the
idea?
top 4 get buys, and the top 4 are going to be the conference champions.
Is there a way, do you know, Mark, and I hope, forgive me for not knowing, I guess, is there a way they're going to prioritize those 4? Do you have any idea about that?
The selection committee is going to seed them.
But it's not based maybe like you were saying, maybe about, it's not one maybe for the SEC, one for the Big Ten or something like that?
But yes, it's going to be one SEC, one Big Ten, one Big 12, one ACC.
Oh, so they do have it kind of set up that way, maybe?
Yeah, the conference champions from those 4 conferences are going to be the 4 teams with buys.
So
the top
that
4
makes
seeds.
sense. I can see how that might work. I mean, if that's what they're going to do, then I don't know that I really have a big issue with it. It's just that you mentioned one thing, and I don't even know that it really matters. I think the playoff itself, it probably will represent the best teams, no matter how they do it. Really, I mean, I have my own preferences, but just because I have a preference doesn't necessarily mean I know better. But I know, for example, would a team necessarily like USC that finished 8-5, do you think they might even be considered? Maybe not this year, but I mean, in a odd year, maybe.
If you run each season, so starting with this season and go back through time to whenever, and you run it through a 12-team playoff model, it pretty much shows you that if you go 10-2, you are going to make the playoffs. If you go 9-3, you're most likely going to miss the playoffs.
Okay.
And what is going to be an interesting decision that the committee is going to have to make is that, and I did this maybe a year or 2 ago, whenever the 12-team selection was first made, is you see a lot of teams that were 10-2, but they advanced to a conference championship game and they lost and they finished 10-3. And that was the week that they dropped from, let's say, 11 to 16. And so are those teams going to be penalized for losing a conference championship game?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I was thinking as you were saying that, the team that came to my mind was Auburn in 2017 for some reason. I don't know, were they 10-3? I don't really remember. It's been long enough ago now. It's hard for me to.
They were 10-3, but they were being in the SEC and having defeated 2 number 1 teams. They were still high enough to make it. But yeah, they're a good example. Yeah.
Do you like the idea? I mean, maybe this is something I should probably know already, but you kind of like the idea of having a playoff? That's something you kind of think is good?
Well, I think it's good I think it is the best way to determine a champion.
Okay.
I think that there are some peripheries or some things that I'm trying to look for the word, some things that are created, the ramifications of it that are not good for the sport, like it continuing to tear down the bowl system, for example.
I don't know. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't know if you saw Josh Pate's commentary on it, and it wasn't very extensive. He just basically, he wasn't trying to, I don't know that he really has, he has his own view, which is, he just said something about urgency. Do you think he said, I don't even remember exactly what he said, but it had something to do with maybe adding more teams maybe doesn't make the urgency quite as high, or is that, I can't speak directly for him. I just remember I saw something from him that led me to believe that he thought there wouldn't be as much urgency, I guess, with the larger playoff. Is that
Meaning that there's not an urgency to certain games in the regular season, I'm guessing? I don't know. I didn't see it.
Well, no, I mean, it had something to do with maybe a 9-3 team advancing. And I think he said that. He says the teams on the periphery, I guess. He said he didn't think that they would have much urgency to the wins, something like that. Well, I don't know. I mean, like I said, it didn't quite fit in my thinking, but he just offered it as maybe an argument, maybe not to promote a playoff, is because the teams on the edge maybe might not think that they can win. I don't know. Maybe that's what, I don't know if that's what he was saying, but he was talking about 9-3 teams, I guess. They wouldn't necessarily think they could win the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't. I'm
Well,
not
I'm not-
following the.
Job explaining it. He made it sound like if it includes 9-3 teams, he kind of made it sound like those teams might not care that much about it. But I don't know if he really.
Well,
thought
it
that.
sounds like the thought is, and we've talked about this a number of times, that there are going to be games that are rendered somewhat meaningless near the end of the season. But there are going to be more games that are going to be rendered more meaningful at the end of the season. So, for example, if LSU and Auburn are playing and they're both 7-2 in the current system, they're out of it. They are not going to make the playoff. But going forward, that's going to be an extremely important game for the winner to continue to advance toward a playoff spot. And the loser would be out with 3 losses or be hurt greatly. It would minimize their chances greatly. But there are going to be other games that if you're 10-1, let's say you're 10-1 and you were not going to be going to the conference championship game because of the game that you lost, your last regular season game is not going to mean much at all because you're still going to make the playoff, but you can't make the conference championship game.
I was just thinking as you were telling me that there was a year I think Kansas State was pretty good. It was the year before they actually made a chase towards the title. I think they finished 10-1, but I think they got beat bad enough by, I think it was Oklahoma. I'm not really sure, but it was bad enough to where they really weren't given much thought as far as being in the championship. But I just kind of wonder, I would think that losing a clutch game or whatever, I would think that would kind of maybe be enough to tell a team that they're maybe not quite up to the standard they need to be to challenge even. So it's like you can look into it if you want, but I guess the point I'm making is I don't know that a playoff really gives us what we need, but I can maybe understand why people might like it, but I'm not sure we really need that, but I guess that's just my opinion.
Well, it is here, and it's already been here for 10 years, and now it's going to be expanded. And I'm sure it's going to bring some pluses and minuses that we are not anticipating now. But I think most of those pluses and minuses we have anticipated, and we're going to see them play out. We're going to have more games that are meaningful at the conclusion of the season, the last few weeks of the season, than at any time before. We are also going to have a few games that are going to be rendered meaningless. We're also going to have to deal with the possibilities of, this is the easiest example, but it's not the only one, Ohio State and Michigan playing the last game of the season, then having to turn around and play a conference championship game the next week. And if those two teams are as dominant as they have been the last 3 years, so if the last 3 years, if there were no divisions in the Big Ten in 2021, 2, and 3, Ohio State and Michigan would have been playing a rematch in the Big Ten championship just 1 week after they played in the regular season for 3 consecutive years. That to me is a problem.
And then potentially meeting in the playoffs, I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I mean, it's beauty's in the eye of the beholder, I guess. I don't know. I don't know that that's a huge issue. I just wonder how important it is to have that happen, just to lay claim to a national championship that I don't know. I guess my question might be simply how important is the national championship in terms of the greater, picture, I guess, of what college football is all about. I mean, maybe that's too philosophical or whatever, but not sure that we really need to make it the top priority because it's something I guess you can hang your hat on. I'm not so sure it's really as important as some people are trying to make it out to be myself, but of course I was never involved with one, but I'm not sure it's everything they're trying to make it out to be. That's just my opinion.
Okay. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but you would have to finish your statement and you'd have to let us know what else should be prioritized more.
I'm not saying there's not, maybe it's what everybody should be moving towards. I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know. I haven't been involved with it in myself, so I'm not really in a position to really say a whole lot about it, but I just kind of wonder if it really matters as much as some people seem to think it does. This isn't, I know in professional football, that's what everybody's goal is to be it's not really the national champion, but it might as well be. I'm not sure it's the same thing at the college level, but maybe I'm just too far out of it to know. Is that really what everybody wants to do, is be the national champion? I mean, maybe I kind of wonder, I think maybe that's for the very top are looking to do that, but I'm not sure that's necessarily what everybody else is thinking about, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, it would be interesting to talk to, let's say, Purdue's administration, their athletic director, and to truly get their thoughts. If they could be given a truth serum to ask their thoughts on what they're playing for. Why are you playing football? Because they're not going to win a national championship. So to your point, why are they playing?
I can't speak to I wouldn't know. I'm not in the middle of it, so I couldn't say, but maybe it's what everybody wants. I don't know. I guess maybe I'm asking you. I don't know.
I think everyone wants it, but there's only so many schools that have a legitimate chance to achieve it. So at Purdue, they have a football program to make money and bring prestige to the school and further enrollment. That's why they play football at Purdue, for example.
Okay. Well, they don't have any. I think they do have at least one championship, don't they?
A national championship?
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have at least one. Well, it might be. It's one of those things I think that you'd have to kind of get the right. I have them for one, but just because I do doesn't necessarily mean that they do. But yeah, I think
I'm looking that up.
No, it was a year.
Remember that.
It was a year, I think, in which Notre Dame, I think, claims one. But yeah, I think Purdue actually won one. I guess it's based on what I think, maybe more than what actually went down, but I have them down for one, maybe even two. You can base it on what you think of me, but that's what I think.
Okay. The highest they've ever finished in the AP rankings is number 5 in 1943.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to find.
There was a season they went like 9-0. I mean, I don't know. I'm basing it on what my opinion of a national championship is. So it might not agree with what somebody else thinks is, but that's what I thought it was.
I'm trying to find where they would have had a national championship season. I'm not finding it.
Season where they were undefeated for them to even be considered. I know there's a lot of things you have to weigh into consideration with any team for any championship, but generally I kind of consider an undefeated team at least, a possibility for one.
Yeah, I am in the same boat.
Well, I mean, people might not agree with that. My what do you call it? My standards or whatever are different, but that's generally how I look at it. I think if you're undefeated, I think you can claim at least a part of a title.
I tend to agree with you.
Okay.
Can claim it. Yes. So right here it says Purdue has produced 5 unbeaten seasons. 4-0 in 1891, 8-0 in 1892, 8-0 in 1929, 7-0-1 in 1932, and 9-0 in 1943.
Okay. Well, that must be the season then, was the 43 year.
I'm not finding where they claim a national championship.
Well, that would have been probably a disputed one. I think, like I said, I think it was awarded to Notre Dame, but.
Okay. So it says here that they have one unclaimed national title in 1931. when they went. They actually went 5. They went. I'm sorry. They went 9-1. But there is some kind of claimed national title here. I can't find it. Yeah, 1931. They lost to Wisconsin by a touchdown, but and they're not even claiming the national title, and I can't find who named them national champion. There you go.
I mean, this is kind of off the. Does there have to be like a, what do you call it? I'm not even sure maybe you can help me with this. For a title to be, it has to have some kind of, what is it, like a backing or something for it to count? I'm not sure I understand how that works. It has to be like a, what? Like a poll or a.
Well, right now it's pretty cut and dry. There's a playoff, and that's all there is. But there are like 17 or 50, I don't know what the number is, of all sorts of services and computations that you probably know better than I do, that awarded championships back in the day.
Not really.
There's a whole list of them.
I know about some of what they do, but I don't know necessarily what they use to make the distinction or whatever. That's what's kind of frustrating. It's like, I'm not sure they really even say what it is. They just have their own little, whatever it is. And I guess they kind of rally behind it or whatever. And then, I mean, it's probably something that they can, demonstrate or whatever, but I'm not sure exactly what they use. Any of them. I really don't. That's why I was hoping you could help me figure it out, because I don't know that I really understand what they use at all, other than, I think some of it involves maybe beating a team when they're at their very best. Maybe that's an example. I don't know.
Some of them are football foundations that are just making a judgment call. Other ones are computer systems.
Yeah, but I don't know how extensive that is, the computer part of it. People said what they didn't like about the BCS, that it was computers, but I really don't know that it was ever about the computers. I mean, they contributed to the pairings, I guess, but people, I don't think they really understood what was actually happening. But there was a computer part of it, but it's like the smallest part of it, really. But I guess it maybe determined partly who went, but not really.
Yeah, it was 1/3 of it, correct?
But there was confusion, I think, about what picked the two teams or whatever. I think people thought it was computer generated, but it really wasn't. They used like a computer. They averaged it all out or something, and then the final two were the two that went, but it really didn't have a whole lot to do with computers, but that's what people thought.
If I'm remembering correctly, the AP was a third. They tweaked it, of course, but throughout the 16 years. But the AP vote was 1/3, the coaches vote was 1/3, and the computer was 1/3. And I don't think that the computer, that 1/3 from the computer ever, and maybe it did once, overrode what the human decision was.
I'm not really sure, Mark. There was a year, I think, where it looked like it could have been, if Texas, 2009, I think if Texas would have lost to Nebraska, I think there's a possibility it would have flipped who went, but that didn't happen, so it didn't really come into play. But yeah, there was a season, I think, where it could have impacted, I think, the result. But Texas winning, I kind of think, fixed that. But yeah, I think there would have been maybe one year where it would have been, it was between Cincinnati and Texas Christian if Texas lost.
Yes.
I don't know if it was real clear about who actually might have gone in that situation. Some people think it would have been Texas Christian, but I suspect it might have been Cincinnati anyway, because you still have to deal with the human element, which I think would have maybe promoted Cincinnati, but people seem to think it would have promoted TCU, so I don't know. I really have no idea, but that was the argument, was that the computers would have put TCU in, I guess, over Cincinnati, is what I heard. I don't know how true that is, but I don't know if you remember that year.
Oh, I remember that year.
Cincinnati
I remember that year.
They were 12-0. They went 12-0, and so they're in the chase. Brian Kelly was coach that year, I think.
Yep.
They came back from behind to beat Pittsburgh. It was kind of an interesting game. I mean,
they lost by 1,000,000 points in the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, but they didn't have Brian Kelly though. I don't know if that really impacts the result or not, but he wasn't with them at that point. I think he'd already left.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, Chris. Well, we got some other calls coming in.
Thank you, Mark. Have a good day.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Yeah, 2009. Can you imagine if Texas would have lost to Nebraska and the BCS formula would have thrown in Cincinnati and or TCU against Alabama at the Rose Bowl for the championship game?
Whoo!
That Cincinnati team went to the Sugar Bowl and was completely blasted by Florida. I think that game was 37-3 at half. I'll have to double check on that. 37-3 at half. All right. Next call, we got Keith on the line. Keith, what's going on?
Hey, Mark. Good to talk to you again.
Yeah, good to hear from you.
Yeah. So I've heard you over the last couple days or couple weeks talking about, the day that's coming that players are going to drop out of the playoff games, opt out of the playoff games, I should say.
Well, I'm just conjecturing that it could be an issue because if you're a player that plays on a team that does not win a conference championship, and you are the type player who is currently opting out of one bowl game, you are now staring at 4 games that you would have to win the national championship.
Yeah. I can certainly see that. And I'm going to throw you another loop, and I hope I don't sound as far out as your previous caller, but what do you think about teams opting out of championship games to give up established positions in the playoff committee's rankings? For instance, let's say the Big Ten had Team A, and it could be one of 5 or 6 teams that leads the conference at 11-0 or 10-1. And then say you had 4 teams or 3 teams tied at 11. And they would be then at that point, they would be 10-1 or 9-2. Okay. 3 at 9-2, and you had 1 above them.
Okay.
And currently those 4 teams were resting in that 4th 9-2. That third 9-2 was sitting at number 11 in the playoff committees. And we know 12 goes to a group of 5, right? So if they were to play that championship game, whoever is numbered the top 9-2 team that has to play that is going to go to 3 losses.
Yep.
They're going to get kicked out. And then 11-2 from the SEC or the Big 8 or ACC is going to take their spot. So I can see where all 3 9-2 teams would want to opt out of the bowl game because they don't want to knock themselves out of the playoffs for sure.
Okay. There's a few things working that need to be clarified here. Number one, just to clean up the math, we're not talking about 9-2 teams. We're talking about 10-2 teams. It's a 12-game season.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay.
So the one team that you're talking about that would advance to the conference championship game would be 11-1. The other 3 teams would be 10-2. Okay, that's first point.
Yeah.
Second point would be to give some validity to what you're laying out. When the 12-team playoff system was announced, I went through every season to see who would have made the playoffs, who would have just missed the playoffs, and if there would have been any controversy. And as I mentioned to a previous caller, what I kept running into were 10-2 teams that lost conference championship games that were safely inside the 12-team playoff at 10-2, but then lost a conference championship game and dropped to, let's say, number 15. So exactly what you're talking about here.
Right.
However, first point would be, would the committee look at the situation differently, knowing what's on the line versus just arbitrarily ranking teams and saying, okay, you were 10-2 and number 10 in the country, and you lost by 3 touchdowns in a conference championship game, so we dropped you to number 16, versus seriously thinking about the penalty suffered for making a conference championship game. Okay, we don't know that. We don't know how they would, if they're doing their jobs correctly, it wouldn't matter. They would still do their jobs the same, but we don't know. Human perspective changes when the stakes are different.
Yeah,
However,
and I guess I'm answering my own question because TCU did exactly that, right? They had a spot secure and they lost the championship game, still went to the playoff, right?
well, you're not answering your own question. I get your point, but that was a different scenario. There have been plenty of scenarios in which a 10-2 team would have made the playoffs, but they had to go play a conference championship game. They lost and went 10-3, and they dropped out of the top 12. So this will happen and has happened if the 12-team playoff is applied in the past. But what I was about to get to was your last point, and that's, will these teams opt to not play in a conference championship game? Well, I got to
Yeah,
think that they are bound by the rules of the conference to play in the conference championship game.
yeah, yes. I don't know how tight those rules are, how tight those rules are. I
I
don't
got to
know.
think they're awfully tight. If I'm the Big Ten, I've got a conference championship game, and Oregon's 10-2, and they refuse to come play in the conference championship game, then there's going to be hell to pay. They're going to be suspended for maybe the next season or something drastic.
Right. The follow up to that is you're the one that told me because I thought when you made the bowl game, you got the purse, but you said no, it's split evenly between the conference. So the conference, the Big Ten conference, would have an incentive to get as many teams in the playoffs as they can,
Oh,
and then
absolutely.
they would have a bigger purse for spread equally across the Big Ten.
Yes.
So they wouldn't want to do anything that was going to knock out. So it's possible that they could say, okay, this team's going to opt out, fine, and then they'll let somebody play that get kicked out.
Last year in 2022, the Pac-12 had a first place team in USC, and they were headed to the playoff, but they played a conference championship game and lost and
Right.
missed the playoff. That doesn't mean that the Pac-12 conference said, oh, we've got a team headed for the playoffs, we're going to disallow them from playing in the conference championship game. That's not going to happen. Then you've completely undermined the credibility of the sport. We have all sorts of examples of teams that lost conference championship games and missed the playoffs, but and the conference knew that risk was evident, was present, and they still allowed the conference championship game to be played.
Right. Do you think if that doesn't happen, do you think down the road, 2 or 3 years from now, conferences might start canceling the championship game so they don't face that dilemma?
I don't think they're going to cancel it for that reason. I think they would cancel it for the reason of playing too many football games and having players voice their issue with playing too many games. I don't think they're going to cancel conference championship games for any other reason because they make too much money.
Yeah, I can argue that. I'm the one that likes to say follow the money.
Yeah, they make too much money.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good enough. I'll move on so you can talk to somebody else, but it gave me quite a bit to think about. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Keith. Appreciate you being here.
All right. Bye-bye.
Cole's here, GBR. We've got our Nebraska show every Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Nebraska Live, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And that's with our buddy Justin Adams. We get together on the Huskers channel. Hope you'll join us there. So our Tuesday is going to look like this. We're going to do a 1 through 133 rankings. I think I'm going to do what I did today, and we're going to fire up the live stream at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We're going to run through our 1 through 133 rankings, and then we come back at 5:30 Eastern with Iowa Hawkeyes Live with Corey Bratta. Nebraska Live with Justin Adams at 7 Eastern. There's also a Big 12 show, the Biggest 12, with Clint Foster. That's over on the Big 12 channel at 7:30. And then we've got the Oregon Ducks live show. That's on the Oregon channel at 10:15, I believe is their time. Too many shows to remember exactly. I think we've got a pretty good handle on that. Look at that. Sonny's here. Join Sonny on the Illini cast. Justin's great, not even a Nebraska fan, and I tune in every Tuesday. I actually thought Sonny tuned in on Tuesday because of me, but it's apparently because of Justin. Okay. All right. Mr. Della SC, I believe. We did talk about that. The Rams defensive line coach Eric Henderson, now coaching at USC, is going to be the co-defensive coordinator. So we discussed that. And I thought we had one other news item. Maybe not. We got to it. The Michigan NFL entries and the guys that are coming back, Donovan Edwards and Josiah Stewart. Buckeyes eyeing the Texas A&M athletic director, Ross Bjork. And then the other news item was right there. Yes, Eric Henderson. Although Caleb Williams has opted for the draft, we all knew that was happening. Best ESPN show ever. Whoa. Where's that? Huh. It looks like it's one of the 30 at 30s with the Fab Five. Is that what you guys are talking about? Let's check in on the portal. Let's see if there's any Big Ten flavor in the portal. We know that Alabama and Washington, obviously, they factor in quite a bit. Transfer portal update. Bama true freshman cornerback Des Ricks. He's in the portal. Was the 39th overall player in the 23 class. So basically a 5-star. Wow. Former Alabama linebacker Sean Murphy transferred to Florida State. And that reminds me, we will take on Florida State football talk, of course, on our Seminole show Wednesday at 6. And we'll talk about this. Murphy is the 5th Bama player to transfer to Florida State this cycle. 5 of them. Roydell Williams, really good running back. He was a high recruit. Malik Benson, wide receiver. Guard Terrence Ferguson, who plays, and Earl Little at cornerback. Wow. Texas State, look at this, has landed Arizona transfer quarterback Jaden DeLora, who lost his job to Noah Fafita. DeLora's thrown for 63 touchdowns in his career. Big pickup for the Bobcats. Texas State and head coach G.J. Kinn, who finished 11th nationally in points. Alabama transfer defensive lineman Isaiah Hastings has committed to Syracuse. He is the 21st ranked defensive lineman in the transfer portal. So Bama to Florida State, Bama to Syracuse. Brashard Smith, former Miami wide receiver, commits to SMU, and Rhett Lashley. Not seeing anything from the Big Ten. There it is. That'd be our first Big Ten news right there. Former USC standout wide receiver Mario Williams, who came in from Oklahoma to USC, now moves on to Tulane. Duke starting safety Jalen Stinson, who entered the transfer portal, has withdrawn, and he's coming back to Duke. Play for Manny Diaz. Jazz Preston, Alabama wide receiver, transferring to Tulane. Ex-Holy Cross quarterback, I'm sure many of you have seen him play, Matthew Sluka. Looks like he's going to UNLV. He's thrown for 97 touchdowns. USC transfer receiver Dorian Singer is committed to Utah. So Dorian Singer had a big year in 2022 at Arizona. Transferred to USC, did little this year. And now he's committed to Utah. So another Big Ten note there. Get used to this. USC, Big Ten. 247 Sports reporting that Texas transfer safety Jaron Thompson is committed to Auburn. Chandler Morris, who's been all over the place, SMU, Oklahoma. He's now with the Mean Green of North Texas. All right. There we've got some more Big Ten news. Maryland defensive back Gavin Gibson transfers to East Carolina. Anything else from the big dime here? Michigan State. So Michigan State lost this player. Tony Grimes was a really good recruit, big time recruit, who originally signed at North Carolina, went to Texas A&M. This is the transfer portal in a nutshell right here. Tony Grimes, 4-star, signs at North Carolina, transfers to Texas A&M. Enters the transfer portal again, commits to Michigan State. Nope, says no, shifting my commitment now to UNLV. And he talks about it. We'll give a little plug since we're using their information there at 247 Sports. He talks about it at 247 Sports. I will not personally be reading that, but if you want to find out why he shifted from Michigan State to UNLV and Barry Odom, there it is. There is another Big Ten note. Former Nebraska quarterback Chubba Purdy has committed to San Jose State. And anytime you are contractually obligated, if you mention Chubba Purdy, to mention that his older brother Brock is the starting quarterback for San Francisco. It's a must. Another Big Ten team, Washington, second-year quarterback Austin Mack has entered the portal. He was the number 73 overall player in the 23 class. These are like big time recruits. Top 100 player right there. There we've got another Washington player. Starting offensive guard, Nate Kalepo. He's in the portal. He's a starting player. He's a starting offensive guard at Washington. Now, that could either be NIL, of course, or it could be Kalen DeBoer's gone. I want to see what my options are because I can always come back. I started for a team that went to the national championship game. I can pull my name out of the portal. I can come right back if necessary, but my coach just left, and he's probably taking the coach that signed me, so I'm going to test the waters. So Jabbar Muhammad, he's one of the best cornerbacks in the country. And fielding interest, as it says there, from every major program in the country discusses his portal recruitment. So there's a big name to look out for right there. Most likely leaving Washington, cornerback Jabbar Muhammad. And that pretty much takes us on through Ohio State defensive lineman Jaden McKenzie didn't play at all, going to East Carolina. There you go. John, just let me know when you're ready to roll.
I'm here.
Hello, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. It was getting to the point where I was like, oh crap, I might have to text Mark because I was stuck at the car deal, the auto repair for a while, and we had we're having a bit of flash flooding here, so I kind of had a 1-2 punch, but luckily back in time for the Ocho, so all
Well, it's good to
good.
see you in one piece. Hopefully everything worked out there at the car dealer.
Lost some money, but other than
Yeah.
that, the car's okay, so that's all that matters.
That is part of the deal. Yeah. Cars
Yep.
can be a pain. They can be expensive.
Yep. So we want to let people know, in case people are just joining us, about our exciting new programming that we're working on for the Big Ten Live.
So coming up this Friday, we are going live with the Big Ten Live show at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. It's going to be a combination of guests and also your calls from 7 to 9, roughly 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time every Friday. So we get that cranked up this Friday and then be back here next Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time with John, of course.
Absolutely. So thanks for letting me continue with the Ocho and making it its own thing. That's very exciting. And we have already lined up Sonny Verma from the Illini cast. So what we're going to be doing, because popular demand is talking about teams that aren't Ohio State and Michigan. So we're going to be doing a little bit of a deep dive on some Illinois football.
Cool.
In addition to Big Ten in general. So we'll be doing that and then taking the Voice of College Football community panel, which will take us the rest of the show. So very exciting stuff.
And now that we've cleared the 23 season, of course, we've got 4 new teams to talk about. So no shortage of teams to talk about. As we just witnessed there in the transfer portal, it was mostly, new schools to the Big Ten making news.
We got 18 to get through, so we're going to have plenty of material to get through the offseason. That's for sure.
Well, John, as always, I appreciate you doing this. You do a fine job, and the panel discussion is always a fun one to listen to. And we appreciate you being here. And everyone, of course, join John on Tuesday nights over on the Michigan channel for Wolverines Live at 8 p.m. Eastern Time.
There you go. All right, Mark.
I think you're filtering in already.
Hey, look at that. Look at that. I'm asking you all for 10 minutes, get through some topics, and then we'll do our community panel. But Mark, appreciate you as always.
Thanks, John.
And we are back for another episode of the Ocho here at the Voice of College Football, which will continue. We're not going anywhere. So we will continue every 8 p.m. Eastern Monday nights, but now it will be its own show. So we're very excited to make that happen. I am asking for 5-10 minutes to get through a few topics, and then we'll do panel with our Voice of College Football community panel. So we want to begin. Obviously, my name's John Diadamo. I host the Ocho, host Michigan Wolverines Live, which tomorrow night we will have special guest Dennis Fithian from Maize and Blue Review is stopping by, and we're going to be giving our deep takes on the Michigan Wolverine program, what's next for the program, all of that good stuff coming up right now. So I am going to put the link in here to call in so you guys can start getting in the queue. We'll have about 4 or 5 tonight. Nothing too crazy, but come on by if you want to be part of the Ocho panel. Couple of notes to start. Happy 21st birthday to Erica Goldberg. Congratulations on that. Friend of the program, longtime supporter, and we wish Erica a happy birthday. I also wanted to congratulate the Ohio State Buckeyes on their national championship in jazz. So congratulations to the Ohio State Buckeyes, who did get a national championship, but not quite the national championship they had in mind, but in jazz dance, which is very exciting for them. And of course, everyone who works hard to be part of that, we do genuinely congratulate them. Of course, I'm having a little bit of fun as well. But there you have it. They got their national championship. However, the Michigan Wolverines are your football national champions. So, of course, with that said, some things are going on. This will be a panel topic. If this means that the Big Ten is emerging to start to lap the SEC, we'll talk about that. But let's begin with this. There's been a lot of talk recently about the demise of the Michigan Wolverine program. Just a week after they won the national championship, shellacked Washington in the fourth quarter, beat the greatest football coach of all time. Now we're hearing reports that the program is doomed. First off, rumors of our demise, the Michigan Wolverine program, may be exaggerated. Okay? No matter what happens with Jim Harbaugh, Michigan has a championship-level defense. We just heard Rod Moore is coming back. Yet another one. We have Ernest Hausman. How about Keon Sabb? Pretty good player. They are returning. Tyler Morris is returning. Colston Loveland is returning. Donovan Edwards is returning. So people saying Michigan is going to go 7-5, you might want to look at the schedule and tell me what the 5 losses are with Donovan Edwards and Tyler Morris and Colston Loveland. I'd like to know. Let me know. But I have a bone to pick here because this should be an open and shut renewal of the contract here. However, we're hearing reports that Ward Manuel has been a logjam in the Jim Harbaugh contract extension. I'm hearing this from a couple of different sources, which I trust. If that is the case, fire him now and get the deal done. Ward Manuel, I have called on the Michigan Wolverines live program to be fired on multiple occasions. And if this is true, if he is holding this up from getting done, then he needs to go. He's not the reason Jim Harbaugh came to the university. That was the interim AD. The basketball program is a ruin, other than the fact that we did just beat Ohio State in basketball, which is great, but still 6 wins, I think 10 losses or something like that. Not great. Carol Hutchins was allowed to retire when she probably could have gone another year or two. And it just goes on from there. Controversies, the handling of NIL, abysmal. And just now, we're starting to hear that now they're okay with asking donors to give to the NIL fund, which apparently, according to Chris Ballas, was a logjam in the past. I wonder who this logjam is and who it continues to be. And so I tweeted to President Ono, and I tweeted to one of the regents who's very active on social media, and I said, get the deal done. Get it done. Because Jim Harbaugh's happy in Ann Arbor. His family's here. Everybody's in Ann Arbor. Okay? He just won a national championship here at the University of Michigan. But he's going to look at his NFL options, and I understand that. He interviewed with the Chargers today. He will probably interview with the Raiders in the next few days. Rumors are that they're going to draft J.J. McCarthy as the quarterback of the Raiders to try to entice Jim Harbaugh to go there. Folks, let me be very clear. And I said this straight to the president, and I said this straight to the regent. Whatever it takes, new private jet, money for NIL, money for assistance, a building, $20 million a year, lifetime contract, whatever it means, get the freaking deal done. And do not let this man go to the Chargers or the Raiders unless it's genuinely just about winning a Super Bowl. If it's just about winning a Super Bowl, I get it. We've talked about the Thanksgiving table analogy many times. I get it. Sometimes, people have that desire to win a Super Bowl. He was so close. Now he won a national championship. But if it's for any other reason, fire Ward Manuel. So with that said, and the rumors of the demise of the Michigan program being a bit exaggerated, I think, we're going to bring on our panel. Here's the link. We have room for maybe one or two more people, but we're going to start off with Sean Garner, one of Voice of College Football's resident reasonable Buckeyes. Sean, welcome back to the Ocho.
Evening, John.
Great to have you here, and of course, host of the Jacksonian, Jackson Johnson's back with us for the Ocho. Jackson, nice hat there. Is that Deadpool?
Yes, it is the old Mark with a mouth.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, I'm staying away from that cold.
Well, even down here in Florida, we're having these flash floods going on. So I got the exciting adventure to get back from auto repair, and we had some hydroplaning, and luckily I'm in one piece, the car's in one piece, and everything's fine. But it was a little interesting getting back. So there's stuff going on everywhere.
Yeah.
So if one or two more people want to join the panel, feel free. But we're going to start with this topic here. And I'm curious to get both of your thoughts because I feel like you'll be on slightly different viewpoints on this. The Michigan Wolverines being the national champions, of course, the runners-up were Washington, who was about to join the Big Ten. Is this a data point that shows that the Big Ten is, as we've said all this year, starting to catch up to the SEC, and maybe the next year or two might even lap the SEC? Sean, what's your take on that?
It's interesting. We won this, and what I thought top to bottom was one of the worst years in the Big Ten. I mean, there were two great teams and one really good team, and then after that, it was this league was mediocre at best from top to bottom.
Maryland was pretty good.
From what? Who is it?
Maryland was all right.
They were decent, but they also lost to Illinois and Northwestern. I mean, they were up and down.
Yeah.
Did have a nice
Maryland always brings their A game against Ohio State, Michigan, but then they forget how to play football the rest of the regular season.
Yeah.
But then they remember how to play football all over again in the ball games.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this was I don't know. I mean, the Big Ten had the national champion. I'm not sure that means it was the best conference in the country. I think it was pretty far from it. It was probably overall a down year for the Big Ten. But, I think the new teams coming in obviously will help. And I also think programs like Wisconsin and Nebraska are very much on the uptick. So the depth of the league is going to get a lot stronger in the next couple of years.
That's what we hope. Jackson, obviously you're an SEC, Alabama fan. You've seen your team go through quite a bit of change the last couple of days. But what's your take? I mean, you study the sport and especially the SEC and the Big Ten. I mean, what's your take on the Big Ten and where it stands in the landscape of things?
I think honestly, it's basically the SEC and the Big Ten. You can call the Big Ten 1A, 1B, or the SEC 1A, 1B, doesn't matter. But either way, both of them kind of pretty much run college football in a way, because you don't hear anything about the ACC or Big 12, unfortunately. Because, I mean, you're going to see with the 12-team playoff, you're going to be seeing the SEC and Big Ten pretty much dominating the playoff field, where you're going to see, like, say, 4 SEC teams, 4 Big Ten teams, and you're only going to see like 1 or 2 ACC teams and 1 or 2 Big 12 teams in the playoff. And I think, honestly, we pretty much would have seen that if we had the 12-team playoff this year. And Michigan, Washington, in a way, was kind of the Big Ten championship because like
Yeah.
Washington's going to be there next year, and I'm already looking forward to October 5th, the revenge.
That's
game.
actually really interesting way of looking at it. It was kind of it was kind of like the real Big Ten championship in a way. I mean, I know Washington technically wasn't a member yet, but Moose is here, and we know Moose from Michigan Wolverines Live, comes by sometimes and watches recruiting especially. But Moose, what's your take on the Big Ten and how it's been growing?
Well, it's definitely going to be tougher to get in the Big Ten title game now because there's no more division. So that cover your ears, Erica. But the West isn't going to get easy way in anymore. You're going to have to earn it this time.
Mhm.
Yeah. Iowa's going to need to get their offense going.
Into 24 touchdown losses in the title game anymore.
Speaking of the national championship, I mean, I know it was close in the third quarter, but that game was a blowout in the fourth quarter.
It's true. Yeah, I think it was a better game. No offense to Erica, but yeah, a better game than Iowa, for sure.
That was supposed to be Washington was supposed to be the Pac-10's best team. I mean, like, I'm not trying to be cocky, but if that's the best team you guys got to offer, you guys are going to be in trouble when you get in the Big Ten.
I mean, I think we can all agree that the Oregon was probably second.
They're going to be in trouble for a lot of different reasons. The team that they put on the field next year won't resemble the team that took the field at all. I mean, that's completely that program is kind of in shambles right now. Really good coaching hire though.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, let's hit that. Why not? So comings and goings, we had two very notable moves here, including one move that wasn't a move, which was Dan Lanning announcing via social media, like Wolf of Wall Street, that he isn't leaving Oregon. So they of course said that Colorado was just after clicks, and then Oregon, Dan Lanning does that on social media to presumably get clicks, which I thought was very funny.
It's kind of ironic that statement itself is kind of for clicks, isn't it? We play for win, not for clicks.
Yeah.
I wonder how much engagement I have from that comment I made.
Yeah. Let me check the metrics on that. Yeah, but we did have two very notable changes here. Obviously, Washington, getting Jed Fish, and Jed Fish was on my short list for the Michigan head coach if Sharon Moore, for whatever reason, was blocked. Sharon Moore got a year off, from the NCAA. Then I thought, maybe you ask Jed Fish to come back. So yeah, Washington getting him, that's a big get.
And I do wonder if there wasn't this conference realignment, if this would have happened. I mean, clearly there's a tier. I mean, like the Big 12 is at a lower tier now than the Big 10. Yeah. In terms of competition and in terms of revenue and all of that stuff. So,
and John, if Harbaugh's leaving, I wish he would do it. I'm not trying to be a douche or anything, but I wish he would do it quickly, because the longer we wait, the longer it's going to be for us to get a good head coach. So if he needs to figure out what he's going to do pretty quick.
It's a two-way process though, too, right? Like a team has to offer him the job for him to take it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm calling it the Jim Harbaugh sweepstakes, because the Raiders might be drafting JJ to try to get Harbaugh there. And the Chargers obviously was the first official NFL interview that Harbaugh had today.
I'm sure Harbaugh's not going to have trouble finding a job in NFL. He just won a national championship.
And Adam Schefter today. But the drawback for him being the head coach of the Chargers would be the Spanos family, of course.
Yep.
But a positive would be that his wife's family lives in California.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a positive.
Call it the happiest place on earth.
Yeah. And one negative is he won't be able to get revenge against Pete Carroll, but oh well, it is what it is. and it'll be tough going up
Yeah.
against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. But that is a positive and a negative, of course, because he craves the challenge, of course.
There's some chance he might replace Pete Carroll, right? I mean, the Seahawks are in play in this too, aren't they?
The Seahawks are in the NFC West.
I know, but they don't have a coach right now.
Not yet.
Yeah, so that's another potential landing spot.
Could be.
But yeah, it would be pretty fun to see him coaching Chargers. I mean, I do like the idea of him coaching the Raiders because, I mean, it's like you said, John, a lot of positives, like his friendship with the Davis family. He's been good buddies with them. No state.
Al Davis. He knew Al Davis well, and Mark Davis he's friends with, and Tom Brady, minority owner, he's friends with.
That's true. No state taxes in Nevada, but
no state taxes, and he could make it into the He could make it into the Las Vegas Wolverines. He could literally draft JJ, Trevor Keegan, probably Junior Colson, and at least one or two others, plus talent from other schools, not just Wolverines. But I think it's fair to say he'd probably draft a couple of Michigan Wolverines.
But there is a negative about Harbaugh becoming the Nets head coach of the Raiders. Star player Max Crosby threatening to get traded elsewhere. Because, I mean, on the one hand, you want to keep Max Crosby happy. But on the other hand, you want to make sure you got the rest of the team prepared for the next 2 to 3 years, especially when going up against the Chiefs twice a year. That's one of the biggest rivalries in all pro football. You want to be able to beat the Chiefs. But at the same time, I think the players are pretty happy with Antonio Pierce at the moment. So I think for right now, they're going to be like, you know what? We're going to stick with Antonio Pierce.
And a big point for the Chargers is they've already got their quarterback. So you don't have to you don't have to gamble on one and developing him, and
Yeah, because I mean, the 49ers, when he coached at the Niners, he was having to deal with a quarterback controversy. Alex Smith, Colin Kaepernick. Alex Smith, Colin Kaepernick. But now he would have his own QB all set for him at the Charger land, and he could take the Chargers to new heights. I mean, we saw what he did at the 49ers. He'd do great at the Chargers. And, he would do great at the Raiders too, no doubt. But
Chargers are, I mean, look, he could help with Justin Herbert and help get him to even, I mean, he's already an amazing quarterback, but like put the pieces around him, shore up the O-line a little more maybe. And probably get an OC who could, play call to his strengths, which really didn't happen much in the last year of the previous incarnation. So, with Antonio Pierce, I get it. I get the love. You have a chance though to get a Super Bowl coach, a coach who literally was one play away from winning a Super Bowl, turned around the 49ers like that when they were a dumpster. I don't think it would be that hard of a sales job to keep to turn people around on Harbaugh. If it's about who the ownership wants. I hate to tell you, if they want Harbaugh, they're throwing the money truck at him.
That is true.
It's just the way it is.
And it would be a win-win right there. If Antonio Pierce is the Nets head coach for the Raiders, it's a win. If Jim Harbaugh's the Nets head coach for the Raiders, it's a win. Either way, the Raiders are going to be winning this time. It's not going to be like when they hired Josh McDaniels, because I mean that guy freaking irritated me, especially when he asked Pierce to give the team a motivational story. And Coach Pierce told him about the Super Bowl where the Giants ended the unbeaten season of the Patriots.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah, and McDaniel's like, don't you ever ever talk about the Patriots like that again.
Oh my god.
It was just like oversized ego
egomaniac.
much, McDaniels.
Hammer.
And then when McDaniels got fired, you know, the Raiders were winning games with Antonio Pierce. They were the happiest bunch ever. They were like smoking cigars, celebrating all kinds of stuff. I mean, you'd
John-
celebrate too if Josh McDaniels wasn't your coach anymore. I know I
John-
would.
Yeah,
John,
what's
do
up,
you know what team I hope drafts JJ?
Who?
Detroit Lions.
Hey, I mean that would be.
Imagine that. I know
That would be
JJ
something.
probably he probably needs to develop a little bit, but that guy's ready. I don't care what anyone says. That he's got the arm to be successful in the NFL. I'm sorry. And if you got an offensive line that's one of the best in the country in Detroit, I mean that can protect JJ. I mean that guy can have. I mean, sky's the limit with JJ. I'm sorry. I don't care what anyone says.
I think at the
Nick
moment,
points out that they have Hendon Hooker.
yeah, I think they're happy with
better than
Jared
Buffalo.
Goff and Hendon Hooker at the moment.
They're not drafting a quarterback high enough that they would take McCarthy. The only way they would draft him is if they fell to the back of the second round, maybe.
I think the Vikings should draft. JJ McCarthy or Michael Penix, though, because I mean, think about it. The Vikings are basically a quarterback away from being a contender in their conference, right there. I mean,
And I believe Cousins' contract is up after he's a free agent this year, right?
yeah, trade
Yeah.
him. He's not going to win you big games.
You have to say what you
I mean,
want
a
about JJ.
rookie quarterback's probably not going to do that.
You can say
Yeah,
what you
we're
want about JJ, but he's a winner. 27-1 as a starter. Three straight
good.
Big Ten titles, national championship. The guy's a winner. I don't care.
Yeah, McCarthy can win the big games. Kirk Cousins can't win the big games. And besides,
A lot of players can go 10 of 19 for 140 yards. I'm telling you, I'll say that.
life would get so much better.
It's not all
for
about
the
stats,
Vikings.
buddy. It's about wins. That's what you don't get. It's not about how
A
fast.
lot of very, very average quarterbacks have won a lot of games in college. You have like Ken Dorsey, Matt Leinart. I mean, it doesn't always translate to the next level.
Yeah, but winners and losers translates to the NFL. If you're a winner, you're gonna 9 times out of 10 you're gonna win the NFL.
Patrick Mahomes went 5-7 his last year. Patrick Mahomes went 5-7 his last year in college. Was he not a winner?
Well, his coach.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, there's mitigating circumstances to everything.
You play for Texas Tech. I mean, that's all you need to know.
Yeah, I mean,
but winners win, right? I mean,
yeah.
Well, all I'm saying, guys,
Texas Tech ain't on Michigan's level as far as
no, of course not. But they went 5-7. They're doing better now than
all I'm
5-7.
saying, if it's about winning the Super Bowl and that's it, then you know what, Coach Harbaugh, you go win yourself a Super Bowl. But if it's anything else, there's only one person who needs to get canned right now. Ward Manuel, bye-bye. And President Ono, Regents,
he's gotta
get
go.
the deal done.
Ward's got to go. He had his opportunity to make up for the things that he wasn't doing right, and he hasn't done squat yet. So he needs to go, as far as I'm concerned.
But I have one question. Who are the AD candidates for Michigan if Ward Manuel gets fired?
I think anyone could be better than who we have, other than a couple of people. I
think anyone. Yeah,
I would look at. I mean, I don't know if USC's AD is going to want to leave, but I know that she's really good. Jen Cohen.
Nah, she's happy where she's at.
But people like that who know how to make decisions, who know how to stay with the times.
I think at this point, anything is better than Ward Manuel. At this point, I think we would take in just about anyone.
Well, I always say make sure you got a plan B
Back
through
to
Z.
Domino's boy. What was his name? The Domino's.
Oh, Dave
Right.
Brandon.
Dave
Yeah.
Brandon,
Oh my
yeah.
God. Yeah. Anybody? No,
Yeah, that guy was
he's
a disaster.
he's just as bad, if not worse in some cases.
And no offense to Michigan Nation, but when Dave Brandon was the AD, they were a dung heap with him.
Hey, Dependent Fanatic, great to see you, and everybody who's coming by. Everybody, don't forget to hit the like button. What we're gonna real quick, I do want to just give for those of you who are just joining, programming note: starting this Friday, Mark's segment of the Big Ten Live Show is moving to Fridays with the phone line, so you can actually pick up the phone, dial the number 888-99 Riley. And go ahead and call in. We will continue doing the Ocho on this time slot. We're going to have a special guest most weeks. Sonny Verma is the first guest from the Illini cast. So Sonny and I are going to be chopping it up to talk Illinois football as well as Big Ten football in general on the next episode. So we're very excited
He's
about
a smart
that.
dude. He knows his stuff.
He does.
Yeah,
Sonny's awesome.
Jackson. Basically, Ward Manuel is our Alex Grinch of Michigan. That's Ward Manuel.
Oh, jeez. So going
You
back
think-
to the big coaching moves, obviously we've got two really big coaching moves. So Jed Fish, we started talking about that, and then we got off on the Harbaugh train, which we needed to because that's a big topic. But Jed Fish, on a scale of 1 to 10, what do you think about this hire for Washington? We'll start with you, Sean.
I'm much lower on this move than most other people. I don't know how much Kalen DeBoer has really proven as a head coach. He put together a great offense. Yeah, and he came into a pretty good situation for himself. He was able through previous connections to bring in a phenomenal quarterback, and he had his receivers ready there. I don't know that he's proven that he can build and sustain a program. And the expectations at Bama coming off of Saban are just going to be sky high. Like you're not going 9-3 there, multiple seasons and surviving. So I mean, he hasn't. I mean, we've seen that he can build a good team. I think he's a really good coach. But, I mean, I don't think really good gets it done at Bama. I thought Kiffin was the more logical hire, better ties to the South, better, more, longer track record as a coach and longer, an arc that you can see like he's really matured and improved as a coach over time. I don't know. I was a little – I think Alabama's athletic department might have been a prisoner of the moment a little bit in this situation. I could see I would give this something like a 4 or 5 out of 10.
The Kalen DeBoer move to Bama.
Yeah. I mean, I think Bama should be doing better than this, to be honest.
Well, Jackson, it's your team. So what do you think of this move for Kalen DeBoer to come on by to Alabama and replace the GOAT?
I think it's a great hire. And, we look at his career from Sioux Falls and Fresno State and Washington. He's done such a tremendous job over there. I mean, I don't think he would be getting a bunch of 5 stars at Washington, but now he can at Alabama. Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, Texas, Oklahoma, USC, Notre Dame are just not. Hey, Gizmo, what's up, man? But yeah, Alabama, Texas, Oklahoma, Ohio State, Michigan, USC, Notre Dame, they are not those jobs that you turn down. They are the premier jobs. And, it was just, you got to take them. But at the same time, the drawback of being the Nets head coach of Alabama is you're replacing the GOAT. And you got that one fan, those 4 or 5 fans that are still into the good old days, sitting there going, well, that's not what Saban would have done. Saban would have done this. Saban would have done that. He won't. He's not going to hear that from me. I'm just going to tell you right now. Because, I mean, I'm not going to get upset over 10-2. Because let's be real. I lived through the crappy era of Alabama football before Saban showed up. And let's not forget, the people that get mad at DeBoer because he doesn't have South ties, let's not forget, Saban didn't have any Southeastern ties when he went to LSU. He didn't have any Southeastern ties till he went to LSU. And, Alabama, if you look back on the hiring, he wasn't the first choice. He was, I believe, second or third choice back then, because back in 2006, we were looking for Rich Rod. Sorry to bring that up, Michigan Nation.
Yeah, I think there's something of a parallel between Rich Rod and Kalen DeBoer, though. I mean, Rich Rod had a couple good years of success and kind of caught lightning in a bottle, proved over time to not really be all that, the media hype kind of made him out to be. I think there could be some parallels there.
Well, I think DeBoer will do all right. But I don't think he's going to be getting 4 or 5, 6 national championships. But I think he can get Alabama to keep them contending. That's another one. Illini cast host and Big Ten show co-host Sonny Verma makes a fantastic point. Urban Meyer didn't have any Southern ties when he took the Florida job. Matter of fact, he was choosing, do I go Notre Dame or do I go Florida? Nah, I'm gonna go Florida.
I think this was the absolutely best that Bama could have gotten as a head coach in getting DeBoer. Yeah. I mean, the guy's a proven winner. Look at his record. He doesn't have any national titles, but I mean,
he does.
If you're looking at all the
national titles,
he got the Division II, doesn't, or whatever
NAIA titles.
Yeah.
And I think at Bama, DeBoer will have a lot more to work with than he had at Washington. He's going to have so much, the pipeline down there, just all the better players in the South. Yeah, I think he's going to have a chance to be very successful. Will he be successful? I mean, we don't know yet, but we'll see.
That is true. And, I like this hire also because, it shows that we've learned a lot from the 80s and 90s, where we were trying to bring back the good old days by finding the nearest Bear Bryant assistant or trying to find that hometown hero from the 80s. See where that got us. I mean, Mike Shula was basically the Scott Frost before Scott Frost, so to speak.
Well, we do have one more person who can chime in on this. Friend of the program, Erica Goldberg is in the house, joining the Ocho panel. Happy birthday, Erica!
Hey, thank you.
Happy birthday.
What you gonna do on your birthday, Erica?
Happy birthday to you.
There you go.
Thank you.
One question: what kind of cake are you having?
Oh, well, not any today because I'm I don't want to say snowed in because we actually didn't get a lot of snow, but it's below 0 and it has been for the last few days. So no cake for me yet next weekend.
It's got to be confetti. That's got to be the number one favorite, right? Confetti cake.
Do you do like birth weeks, Erica? Like celebrate your birthday for a week?
Well, you know what? When I was younger, I would celebrate it for a month, but I've grown up a little bit since then.
Yeah, I don't remember.
What's that?
I don't remember a lot of my birthdays when I was younger because I was too hammered. So
Yeah, I won't make any comments there. I may or may not have been as well, but no, next weekend I'll celebrate with everybody once it's above 0 again. So
there you go. Well, Erica, lots of coaching news that's been happening. So we've been discussing Jed Fish deciding to go over to Washington and Kalen DeBoer leaving Washington to become the Bama head coach. And of course, Washington is now joining the Big Ten, so they're fair game for this show. So what's your take on some of the coaching movement that's been happening?
Well, I'm going to say my first thing is that I'm pissy because Iowa still hasn't chosen an OC yet. And we also just got news like, I don't know, it was like maybe Thursday that our wide receiver coach also is no longer with us, which is good news for us because that was one of the biggest needs in our offense that was lacking. So I kind of want to know who it's going to be. That's my first impression. Like, these schools just manage to hammer down people, and why does Kirk have to take forever? He's known for 3 months that Brian wouldn't be back,
Right.
So that was my first reaction, to be honest. My second reaction was when I saw that Bama was going to go after Phil Parker. That made me laugh really hard because he's not going anywhere. And no offense, Jackson, because I know you're not like this, but some Bama fans just think they can have whoever the heck they want. And I promise you, if Phil was going to go anywhere, it would have already happened because there were Michigan State openings, and he's alum. So he would have gone. If he would have gone anywhere, I think that's the move he would have made, and that ship sailed. So I don't think he's going anywhere. But it is a compliment, though, that Bama wants him, and so I'll take it like that, I guess.
That would be pretty cool if Ryan Grubb, like once Kirk Ferentz retires or whatever, Ryan Grubb becomes the Nets head coach of Iowa football.
You know what? It's funny you say that because there were rumors that he might try to be the OC. I personally don't see it happening, but there was rumors that at least he'd entertain a phone call. And then I heard another rumor that there was a phone call. I don't know which one is true, but Kirk definitely is looking for someone who's more long-term with this hire. So someone like that would actually be very good. And then there was a rumor that the OC from the University of Nevada might come. That was shot down as well. But then again, there's been so many candidates like named and shot down and all this that who in the world knows what's true anymore? I mean, it's just
swinging for the fences. Let's go get Nevada's. There you go.
I don't think that would be
Erica, I heard Parker might be going to Nebraska.
He's not going to Nebraska.
I'm kidding.
Oh my God.
He's not going to flip Nebraska.
I know I was going to piss Erica off when I said Nebraska.
My take on this,
on my
Erica,
birthday on top
is
of it. Come on, Moose.
My take on this, Erica, is that Kirk Ferentz is in his last year. Like the fact that it's taken how many Ocho shows have we talked about who the offensive coordinator for Iowa is going to be? It's like he still has it. Just call up Paul Christ and get it done already. Like that's who it's going to be.
I heard today, maybe not.
Oh, who did you hear today?
I didn't hear anyone specific, but I may or may not have heard that Paul Christ isn't it.
Wow. Okay.
I can't really say much more than that because
That's good news for you, Erica.
I don't want the news to get around the internet, although I'm sure it already did because it was on the message board I follow like 3 hours ago. We know how those things happen.
Wisconsin's offense was about as bad as Iowa's the last couple of years.
Well, it is, but we beat them, so I can't really complain.
I know. That's like a Team 7 written all over it, those names.
Well, that's good news for you, Erica, because I'm not a big fan of Paul Christ, so I think you guys dodged a bullet there.
I think, I've been saying the whole time we could do better than that. No offense to any Wisconsin fans out there. I mean, he ran a style of offense that would have been complementary to what Kirk wants to do, but to me, that was the problem with him. Like, I feel like we need a complete makeover. I'm not saying we should go air raid. I'm not saying we should go the Wisconsin route and totally fall on our face again. I'm not saying that. But, some type of drastic scheming change.
I think, honestly, when it gets to that point where Kirk decides he's going to retire, look at Chris Kleiman or go get Ryan Grubb.
I want Grubb. And the reason I think we'd get Grubb first is because Grubb is actually from the state of Iowa. And a lot of Iowa fans want it to stay within the state. And that would be one plus for a lot of people. Plus the fact that he's a damn good offensive coordinator and he's younger and he would be someone different for us. So there's a lot of boxes that, in my opinion, he would check.
Speaking of Grubb, I'll be right back.
Nice transition.
There you go.
Ralph is offering to be the OC. I'll call Kirk Ferentz now, Ralph, and tell him that. How about that?
Oh, wow. This is
Grubb's probably going to Bama, though, right? I mean,
because Washington turned him down as the Nets head coach. So he decided, you know what? I'm going with DeBoer. I'm going to be the
Yeah.
next OC at Alabama.
Yeah, and if they
Why
kill
is
it this next year, then he could get a pretty decent head coaching gig after being OC at Bama.
That's going to be like an interesting spot with him at Bama because they don't have the quarterback or the weapons to run like what they did at Washington at all right now. I mean, they lost probably their best wide receiver probably is in the portal now, and their other
Bond.
guys, Jermaine Burton, I think, is in the draft too. So
Burton's in the draft, and Bond is going to
is in the
Texas. I
portal.
think.
And Milrow, you know, I mean, he's what he is. He's probably the most
Texas
athletic
dropped
quarterback
those
in college
balls, baby.
football. Probably the most athletic quarterback in college football, but
Well, we
big
know
time
that.
issues.
Well, we know Will Rogers left Mississippi State to go to Washington, and now he's leaving Washington because of the Kalen DeBoer situation. I wonder if he's going to join Kalen DeBoer in Tuscaloosa, or if he's just going to go elsewhere, like stay in the West Coast or something. That's just my question.
Yeah, man, tough situation for him.
Yeah,
I'm not
BB
sure.
is asking an interesting question here.
I am wondering about Jalen Miller. I think, honestly, I think Kalen DeBoer could do some magic with Milrow, just kind of exploit his strengths a little bit. And not saying he could make him into Nets pennants, but he could make Milrow better than he was in 2023. I think DeBoer and Grove could do some magic. But, you know, the Washington coaching situation now, I remember where Lance Leipold was looked at as a candidate. You know, some of Kansas Nation was worried, and some of them weren't worried. And, you know, then there's that tweet from Lance Leipold where he put out a tweet or a post on Twits about how they're going to get back to work on Monday. And that basically told us all he's staying at Kansas. I don't think he's going to be going anywhere. I mean, Nebraska, Wisconsin had their chance after 2022. He wouldn't bite. Now Washington was offering the job to Lance Leipold, and he goes, no, I'm staying. I'm going to build something in Lawrence. But,
Hey,
John,
look,
would it be okay if I showed the tweet for those that didn't tune in to
You
last
can.
night?
I just want to say, hey, if Kansas is gonna pay this guy $9 million a year to go 6 to 8 wins a year, that's a pretty damn good gig.
So what I have
He's
here
also on the older side too. He's like 62 or 63. I think he's stated this is his last job several times.
Yeah, and he really means it. And with this tweet that I've got from Lance Leipold, it shows me and it shows all of us right here. You know, when he says, quote, "The guys come back to campus tomorrow. Can't wait to get back to work with them in 2024. Rock chalk." What does that tell us all? He's staying in Lawrence, Kansas. He's going to try to get them a Big 12 title. Their first conference title of sorts since, I believe, somewhere around the 60s.
Well, conference title is a lot to ask. I think just keeping Kansas
not
from
big. In the new Big 12, you don't have those behemoths anymore. You don't have the Oklahoma and Texas.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but you are going to have to deal with Utah, Oklahoma State, Colorado.
Yeah, Colorado,
Kansas
look out.
State.
Yeah, watch out. 4-8, Colorado. Watch out for them.
Hey, you gotta believe. Hey, Moose, you gotta believe.
They coming.
We coming, yo.
I have a question. Why is it that Washington didn't take Grubb for their head coaching position? Because I saw the post on
That's
Instagram,
what
what's
I
it called?
wondered.
Twitter.
I was
like how he said something to the effect of like he would have liked to have done it, but he wasn't the one, or something like that.
Honestly,
well, they got a pretty good coach.
I thought for a moment they were setting themselves up for another
don't
Jimmy
believe.
Lake situation. But
You
with
guys
the
don't
hiring
believe?
of Jed Fish, this basically shows that they will be really good, that they are basically committed to having a fantastic future, especially going into the Big Ten next year. Question is, do we see Jed Fish getting tempted by Florida in the next year or so? Because Florida is his alma mater.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
definitely could happen. I mean, and Michigan possibly, whatever happens there, that might be a job he'd be interested in.
Yeah.
As we've
Yeah,
seen, these
'cause,
Northwest schools, I mean, they're not necessarily like the end of the line, and they're not at the top of the food chain as far as college coaching jobs go. They can be plucked.
true. I mean, they can get anybody. And now I'm pretty much wondering what happens with Arizona. Are we going to be seeing a lot of key guys leaving for the transfer portal? Or are we just going to see everybody stay together in Tucson going into the Big 12?
You mean you guys don't believe in Dion? He's coming next year for 6 months. You know that, right?
Oh my!
Right?
I got called cold for saying that, but it's my birthday, so I'm going to say it.
Oh,
He's coming, yo.
happy
Oh
birthday.
boy.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, I made you a banner too. It's
Oh, really?
yeah, there we go.
21st. Yes, that's right. It's my
there you
21st
go.
birthday forever. That's right. I also wanted to ask another question.
Yeah.
You and Ralph were talking in the chat about Cade. I'm a little bit nervous about him at this point because he seems to be injury prone and he can't even join spring practice. And if I remember correctly, if I'm thinking of the right thing, I don't think he can even practice till August. So the Hawks are going to have to go to the portal and get another
I mean,
cornerback.
that's fair. Yeah. I mean,
What about
that's fair.
Marco Inez? Is he
Marco, well, first of all, I could see him maybe winning the job if he develops quickly, but I don't know who's going to develop him right now because Brian was the quarterback's coach too, and he was horrible at it.
Well,
With that being said, Marco, I mean, I don't know if you guys watched the game, but he looked darn good when he was on the field against Tennessee.
Well, Erica, Cade is the type of quarterback you got to have a good offensive line to protect him.
No, I understand that, but that's not
him.
the problem right now.
Yeah,
the problem is
I
he's
got
injury prone.
Right. And I can understand what why you would be quite, hesitating about him because he's hurt. Yeah, right now.
He's
If he's 100%,
he could.
Yeah.
He's been injured the entire time he's at Iowa. He injured himself in the summer practice. That was what I can't remember. Kids Day, I think it was, that he got injured again. So he's been injured the entire time he's been at Iowa. So at this point, he's been hurt 3-4 times in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't feel very good about it. And also, depending on who the new offensive coordinator is, if the scheme changes as much as most of us want it to, he might not be suitable for it.
Well, maybe it's time for Cade to move on to another school then.
I think that might not be a bad idea. And the thing the problem is that any quarterback who transfers in might want to be guaranteed to be quarterback one. And with Cade there, that's hard to promise anybody. And we were actually going after Ty Thompson or whatever his name is, and he didn't come to Iowa because we couldn't guarantee him a starter spot.
Maybe you're right.
You mean you didn't guarantee a starting spot to a guy who couldn't get to second on the depth chart at his other school? Could never be the backup?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. But the other part of it is that if you promise the starting spot to anyone but Cade's going to switch out. And I think they're scared of that, even though I think it's silly because he's so injury prone that I don't see how this even works out with him, frankly. He can't even practice with the team. The whole thing's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Oh, yeah.
Real quick, we do want to honor Nick.
Though. I mean, like, who would even be good in that offense right now? That's not a very tempting place for any high-level portal quarterback, though.
Yeah. Well, the problem with that is that, first of all, we have a good collective, which a lot of people don't seem to realize that, and that's how we got.
I'm well aware. I know you
And
do.
then also the other thing about it is that it could be exciting for someone to come to Iowa because we're about to get a new offensive coordinator, and if Kirk hires the right person, it could prove to be very promising and very exciting for somebody new. Not to mention you have a defense that's definitely going to help out. You know, you're not going to be relied on heavily.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not because Cade said some things that kind of pissed me off about my team, but
Yeah,
I'm not really
the other
defending
team
them that
calling
much,
us
but,
the other team.
yeah, and I'm
that?
not defending them, but right here, I'm kind of defending them a little bit just because Cade took a lot of shots as your quarterback this year for Iowa. I mean, he was getting hit a lot, so he wasn't getting a lot of protection.
No, that's true.
They had a lot.
I mean, that's a whole nother. It's a whole thing we could talk about with what Iowa's problem with, because I'm not saying Cade is the only problem. I didn't say that. That's far from the truth. And then I want to address something that someone in the chat said. Scott Schrader, Kirk is too old school and stubborn. Iowa not going to change their offensive scheme. That could be true, but also he has not been known to change before when no one thought he would. Like, no one ever thought he'd embrace the transfer portal. No one ever thought that he'd embrace NIL, and he has. And those who don't think he has, look at what we did last year in the portal. We brought in.
Yeah, I mean, we got Cade McNamara from
We
Michigan.
got Cade, we got Eric Gall, we got Caleb from Ohio State. I know he was not on the depth chart or high on the depth chart at Ohio State, but he still was Ohio State caliber. So
he was a pretty high. I mean, like, he was a solid 4-star, like top 100-ish recruit. So
yeah, he was like, I think he was number 74 or 75. For some reason, that number sticks out in my head. But,
yeah, it sounds like Iowa and Cade need a fresh start. I think Cade needs to go somewhere else, and I think Iowa needs a fresh start. Is what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, and I also think too, the other reason I want to think that Scott is wrong, that I'm inclined to think he's wrong, is because if Kirk doesn't do something, do you know how this fan base will revolt? I promise you that. Already we were booing like last season in Kinnick, which that doesn't happen often. So the fans are going to revolt, and he's going to be like thrown out. Like, he's going to wreck his legacy if he doesn't do something. So he's proven before that he can change, even though he's stubborn. That much I will give you, Scott. He is stubborn. No one will argue that. But if he doesn't change things up at least a little or enough to make it so that we can have a serviceable offense, he's going to really kill his legacy. And I don't think he wants to do that.
No. He does not want to do that whatsoever.
Williams,
two things.
Iowa sucks at football. Well, we won 10 games.
Yeah,
I don't want to start sounding like him or like Kirk, but we won 10 games. You don't suck at football by, winning 10 games.
Yeah, you guys would have been a playoff team with an offense, though.
That's right. And people don't seem to get that. And that's why I get annoyed, because I understand, and everyone here has heard me on this show. And for those who listen to Corey Bratta's show on From the Hawkeye the Storm, they've heard me pretty much tear our offense to shreds. I will be the first to do it. I'm not a homer. I'll be the first to do it. But the truth is that if our offense were even average, we would be a playoff team. And that's just all there is to it. And sorry if people can't see it.
No, it would be, because Michigan won an Natty with an average offense and an elite defense, so it's very possible.
It's true.
Right.
It's very true.
Gregory's asking about Cooper DeJean too. He actually declared for the draft.
Yeah.
They did try to get him back, but he's going to be a first-round pick. You can't compete with first-round money. You just can't.
Yeah. First-round money. Speaking of money, thank you, Nick. I've been meaning to get to your super chat. $1.99. If Orgy develops as a passer, it's over for the Big Ten. That's a big statement.
That's an enormous if, I'm guessing. I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen Orgy much as a passer, but I know he was not.
A lot of people are sleeping on Orgy. I'm telling you, that guy is talented, man. I'm telling you guys, he is so talented.
He's he's very talented athlete. He's a talented runner. He actually reminds me a lot of Jalen Milroe, except Jalen Milroe has the deep ball. I haven't seen Orgy do a deep ball, but apparently he did them in practice. So
yeah, he's got an arm on him. Orgy has an arm on him. I'm telling you, he's got an arm.
Yeah. So Nick, I appreciate your contribution, but Yeah, as far as Iowa's concerned, I think before we talk about which quarterback's coming, you really got to get that offensive coordinator, because then the offensive coordinator might have a guy.
See,
Because
that's the other thing I was going to say, too, is a lot of people think he might bring someone with him. And I also personally think that he might bring whoever the wide receivers coach is going to be with him.
Right.
That's personally what I think. I don't know at this point who it's going to be. Like I said, frankly, the speculation has gone so long that it's anybody's guess. I mean, it's just kind of crazy at this point, and I don't know. I personally was not all for Paul Chryst like a lot of fans were, and I said that on this message board that I'm on, and I got a lot of hate for it. But I honestly think we could do better, and I honestly think we need a new scheme to be competitive, and Paul Chryst would not bring that. He would bring a better version of Kirk's scheme. I'm not going to argue that. It would be an improvement, but it's not what we're looking for long term. And Kirk, apparently, from what all the insiders say, he's looking long term at this.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah, probably because he's going to leave. He wants to leave us in good hands. That's what I'm guessing.
Apple Chris.
College football guy, what is your way too early record prediction for Michigan? I'm going 10-2.
What's their schedule look like next year?
Difficult.
Very bad.
USC, Ohio State.
They've got a game against Texas early. They've got a game against Texas early.
I think Michigan's floor is 9-3, and I think their ceiling is 10-2 next year. Just with everybody that's coming back.
Yeah, so you start off against Fresno State, but then you have Texas. That's a tough one. Even at the Big House, that's a tough one. And Quinn Ewers is back. If Quinn Ewers had gone, I'd feel better. But yeah, it's going to be a tough game. I think Xavier Worthy's gone. He's going to the draft?
Yes, he is.
But still Quinn
Xavier
Ewers.
Worthy and
It
80
doesn't
Mitchell
surprise
are both gone.
Yeah, the Texas Michigan game on big noon kickoff is going to be extremely interesting.
Yeah,
That's already scheduled as a game. No.
I kind of feel like that's an L.
That's at home though. That's in Ann Arbor though, right?
Yeah, it's in Ann Arbor, but
see that's a nice thing. A couple of your more difficult games. USC's at home. Washington won't be anything like they are. Washington won't be anything like they are this year.
Wait a minute.
I think we can take USC.
How many games at home do you guys have in a row? Just curious.
Well,
I think 5.
A lot. So yeah, we usually do. I mean, that's the one thing. Our scheduling is usually pretty favorable when it comes to home games. So yeah 5 in a row.
Wait. You don't go on the road until October at all? You don't.
That's right.
The first 5-week games are all at home. Ooh.
Yep.
Oh, I don't want to hear no complaining. Do you see our schedule? Come on, man.
Yeah, Washington. And you got Oregon.
It's probably one of the worst schedules in the country besides USC.
Well, at
I
least
think
and Northwestern's actually good now, and then Ohio State at Columbus.
Right.
So
it's brutal. That's a brutal schedule, dude.
Yeah.
At least you're not going to have to hear anybody say that you aren't playing anyone. And if anyone
That's
says that
true.
next year,
You can't argue that.
Anyone
here.
says that next year, they don't know what they're talking about. They're not serious.
Erica, they said that this year, and we won an Natty, so they're going to say
this next season coming up. They can't say that. Absolutely not.
I'm just like kind of biting my tongue on Ohio State's non-con schedule. Like I'm trying not to get mad about it, but I'll just say that for the summer.
One defense, they were supposed to play Washington.
That's true. Like I'll cut.
I mean, like that. You can't in a year time is pretty short time to turn around and find a really competitive game.
Ohio State don't have a week schedule in 2024. I'm not gonna lie.
So you got your Akron Zips.
Your
Western Michigan Broncos. Look out for them.
The boys.
That game's going to be on Paramount Plus with SpongeBob commentating.
Paramount Plus.
That being said, SpongeBob would have been a better OC than Brian was this year, but anyway.
Well, they'll have Mr. Krabs commentating on Ohio State Marshall. What's your interest in this game? Money. Why do you like this game, Mr. Krabs? Money.
You're gonna be hanging out Krabby Patties at halftime.
At Autzen and at going to Penn State, Beaver
These
Stadium.
are the toughest games.
That is. I mean,
That's tough.
sucks that those two games are both on the road. But
I mean, Penn State. Let's be honest. Like,
oh yeah, Penn State's
Penn State also. I mean, they're losing a lot of their best players on defense this year, and they're all
Olu Fashanu they lost.
Yeah, but they got Andy Kotelnicki as their new OC. So I mean, that
They'll
could be a
probably
win
be better
right there.
on offense, so that might make up for their lack of defense.
Yeah,
I mean, I know Penn State will lose.
they'll be good.
The big
They'll be
games.
good on defense, but not. They were elite defensively this year, and then we saw what they did with those guys missing in the bowl when those guys sat out. They weren't, so they were much more vulnerable. So I mean, Penn State will be interesting.
Huh,
And
no
apparently
Maryland.
they're running it back with Drew Aller for some reason. It looks like.
Oh yeah. I mean,
You got
Aller
Purdue at
basically
the shoe.
Drew Aller's been
Northwestern's
at-
decent, and then
Yeah.
you have
Drew Aller-
Indiana. Nice tune-up game before Michigan.
Oh god. I
Yeah.
hate the tune-up games. They make the weights boring.
You should. I mean, you should write a note to your AD. You got
I will.
Chattanooga in there.
Yeah.
I hate the Chattanooga game. I hate the Mercer games. They suck. I hate them.
They do.
Oh yeah, I always hate them. Like I'm always a little harder than I should be on the blue blood schools, but like some of the schools like the Rutgers, Indiana's, Purdue's, and Vanderbilt's of the world, I'm not gonna complain at them too much. I won't even complain at Kansas or Iowa State because I mean, you've had a pitiful history. I'll cut you slack.
Cole is asking us for our way too early Nebraska record prediction.
I would say 7-5 or 8-4, but I'm gonna know more. I'll know a little more over the summer.
Let's see their schedule. Yeah, I don't know
that's
their
what I'm
schedule.
Rayola. A lot depends on Rayola's performance in the
Raiola.
spring. I
tell-
mean,
I
he's
tell you
100%.
what.
Mr. Commitment issues, Raiola. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean, but that's kind
He
of.
switches every year, high schools and colleges, and
Is he on Nebraska's campus already? Like, did he enroll early?
You better not shorten him on his new money because he'll leave.
He's in Lincoln right now.
oh, look at this schedule, guys. Okay, UTEP,
Oh, there's our
Colorado
favorite,
at Lincoln,
Colorado.
Northern Iowa, Illinois at Purdue, Rutgers, Indiana, and then they
That's
do
gonna
have a
be
couple of tough games here in the back stretch here, but that's a
UCLA is not
7-5 schedule.
difficult. UCLA
That's going to
is
be
not-
on the WB.
UCLA lost their defensive coordinator to USC. They're not going to be anything.
Yeah, this looks pretty doable.
Jackson,
you
that's
have
going to be on
Ohio
UTEP.
State, but
The team I'm curious about is Wisconsin. I mean, they
Yeah.
can't be as bad this year. They just can't.
Oh man. Oh, sorry. I was putting in the chat telling everybody that if you love Nebraska football content, like, comment, and subscribe to Nebraska Football at The Voice of College Football, especially for exciting episodes every Tuesday of Cornhuskers Live with Nebraska Football at The Voice of College Football's very own Justin Adams with Mark Rogers.
oh
And
yeah,
it's a wild one.
Justin Adams, great guy, was just on his show. and Sonny, their Big Ten show that they do, and you know they know their football. And I want to have him on for an episode too.
Oh, Justin is tremendous at what he does. Like, you know, he does a tremendous job on his channel, Cheesy Corn Sports, and he does a tremendous job on the new show, the Big Ten show.
Yep.
He and Sonny are doing such a tremendous job over at what they're doing. I look forward to that show. That is for sure.
Absolutely. Well, maybe I'll get them both, Greg. Maybe I'll ask Justin and Corn Nation to both come on, and John Johnson from Corn Nation, and then we'll have them both on Talk Nebraska. Why not? We have 2 guests.
Corn Nation his videos are really something.
He's a character. I like that guy. He's a character.
Nebraska needs to get over the hump on Wisconsin. They haven't beaten Wisconsin at all since September 29th, 2012. Not a single win against Wisconsin since then. They've gotten close. They've gotten close last year. They got close in 2021. But that's pretty much it.
So, did you say 2012? Is that what you just said?
Yeah,
oh my god.
That's last time Nebraska beat Wisconsin.
Wow. Okay.
I believe in that rule. I think it'll be around a 7-5 season.
7-5.
I'm loving what Matt Rule is doing at Nebraska. I think he's going to do a tremendous job over there. Don't get upset by the first year from last year. Don't get upset by it. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
He'll do better than Fickle, I think.
Somebody was asking us who's on the list of the hot seat for the Big Ten.
Well, let's finish with this prediction, then we'll go on to that. So, Jackson, what were you saying?
Number-wise,
prediction was?
I would say like 7-5 or 8-4, but I'm gonna warn you. I'll have a better prediction when it gets to the summer, because by then I'll have the Wendy's preseason magazine and the Phil Still magazine.
Yeah, we'll do our predictions as we did last year, for sure, in the summer. Moose, what do you think? You're way too early for Nebraska, might be.
But scroll through their games again. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So you
the first half is a cinch.
Gimme first half.
Okay, UTEP, Colorado, Northern
Illinois. I don't know.
That's 3 wins. That's Illinois, 4 wins.
I don't know about
That's
Illinois.
5 wins.
They got rid of some of their defensive coaches, I think,
Rutgers,
right?
I don't know.
I wouldn't exactly call Illinois
I'm gonna say 5-1 right there. So
yeah, I say 5-1.
Yeah, I mean,
so you got 5 wins. Indiana's a win.
Indiana, that's a win. 6-1. They're 6-2.
I think it's safe to say they can get one more out of these 5 to go 7-5.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair.
I think UCLA might be really bad next year.
7. I'm going to say 7-5 or 8-4, but I'd have to look at it some more.
Honestly, I think the goal needs to be to make a bowl, and I'm not saying that to be facetious. I think they really need to do that next year.
They looked like they had it locked up this year. They were like 5-2 at one point, right? Looked like they were.
And then we spoiled it. Spoiled it.
Dribbled away their last 5 games, I think.
Yeah. Just a reminder, we just want everybody to be good to each other here, whether you're chatting with each other or you're talking about people on the panel. Just be nice. Don't do personal attacks. That's all we ask. If you disagree with something, just disagree with the content of it, That's all I ask. Sure. So easy. Erica, what's your take on forgive me if you said it already. What's your take on your win-loss for Nebraska, or roughly?
I think, like I said, they need to win. They need to go to a bowl. I think that's, but at minimum, that's what they have to do, because, the fans have been, well, some of them haven't been, but most of them have been patient. They like Rule, from what I've understood. So he really needs to get them to a bowl, and I think it would be great if they could win that bowl. But I think, like 6 or 7 wins is probably realistic, but a lot of it depends on the quarterback. And I mean, that remains to be seen, and we need to see what he can do before commenting. And yeah, I say 6 or 7 wins. That's my thought. And like I said, they have to get to a bowl. They have to.
Okay.
By the way,
Yeah, I'm
you're on the way. Their nose tackle at Nebraska just got recruited to the wrestling team, and he's their starting heavyweight now. So,
damn.
an
Okay.
unusual Nash Hutmacher stud.
All right. Well, there you go. I'm going 7-5 for Nebraska. Their schedule looks pretty doable. They're going to take a step up because it's Matt Rule, and he always I think he's going to take a step up. But, they do still have some difficult games, and they'll probably lose one that they should win because they're Nebraska, and they do that. So I think that with all that said, 7-5 seems logical with their schedule the way that it is.
Do you think that Matt Rule might be on a hot seat if he doesn't at least get to a bowl?
No, he is so far away from a hot seat right now.
I'm not saying he should be on it right now. I'm saying after the season if he doesn't perform.
No, I mean, like they brought him in. I mean, it's only his second year. I think they brought him understanding it's a long-term fix. And Nebraska's fan base is pretty patient. Like they're not gonna jump on him. I mean, unless the year is a total disaster. I mean, if it's a total disaster and they go 3-9, maybe. But
Colorado, maybe.
Yeah, you're taking over a program that hasn't been very good at all the last few years. So I think they're gonna have to give him at least 3 years to get that team together. So maybe at the third or fourth year, if he's not winning like he should be, he's probably in the hot seat. But
yeah,
it's going to take them a couple years to get that team where they want it.
Absolutely. So real quick, the Baker Mayfield woke up feeling dangerous. He is up 10-0 on the Eagles and is beating another Pennsylvania team in the playoffs. So
right now, I believe. Let's see. Oh crap! I thought it was. Yeah, it's 13-3 right now.
I must be behind.
Looks like
I'm very behind.
Looks like the Steelers got blown out. What was the score?
31-17. The Buffalo Bills circle the wagons.
Oh, wow.
And ironically, I predicted that to be a 31-17 game a few days ago. I was like, okay, that happened.
So what do we have for playoff games in the AFC next week? It's the Ravens,
the Bills, Chiefs, Ravens, Texans.
Wow. Nick is making a bold prediction right here. Friend of the program, Michigan Wolverine.
Wow.
2-10. Rule gets fired. I don't think Dylan Raiola is that bad that they're going to go 2-10. That's
he'll be
at least you're not putting in more money on that prediction. Save your money if you're going to make that kind of prediction. Be careful.
What did Nebraska go this year? 5-7? Is that what they went?
Yep. 5-7.
5-7.
With Raiola's talent alone, that gives them 2 or 3 more wins this year. I'm pretty sure they could get to at least 7-5 just with him alone.
And now we got a
John or Jackson. I think there's some pretty big breaking news here. I think Ohio State just hired an athletic director, but my internet's completely my internet's completely wonky right now and worthless. So if you guys can look it up.
I'm just kidding.
If you could look this up, I'm pretty sure that they.
Well, let's see. Are you talking about Ross Jork from Texas A&M?
Texas A&M, yeah. Okay, yeah. So that's it. I mean, I think he got hired. If I'm reading this.
Not yet, but I know that he's the top target. I saw from On3 and from Buckeye Huddle and at Ohio State football at the Voice College Football from Wednesdays. Buckeyes Live right here at the Voice College Football. Kevin Newton is talking about how it's a possibility.
Breaking news:
Well-
Ohio State hires counter stallions. Oh wow, that's good.
I believe that just like with the Alabama center, I think Ross Bjork, who's Texas A&M's athletic director who hired Jimbo Fisher, I think he's a great fit for the Ohio State Buckeyes, and I give him my full endorsement.
I don't think he did hire. I don't think he did hire.
Ross
Oh, he
Bjork
didn't?
was they,
Okay.
yeah, but Scott Woodward was the guy that hired Jimbo Fisher.
So you just kept him around for a while then.
Hey, Bill, I can say this: Texas A&M knows NIL. They know how to raise money. So got that.
Ohio State. Just ask their former players.
Well, we know, let's see, the Athletic College Football is talking about Ross Bjork being the top target for Ohio State. Barrett Saley from CBS Sports. And like I said, Kevin Noons talked about On3 has been talking about it. Pete Thamel has talked about it. We don't know.
And
for sure.
whoever this, if it's Bjork or whoever, they're coming in at a great time because Ohio State just won a national championship in jazz. So I think this is the perfect time to come on in and
the women's hockey team, the number one women's hockey team, just went 12-0 over 2 games against the number 2 women's hockey team.
That's pretty good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, John, I seen that on Twix. They were celebrating with Jazz national championship.
Yeah, I mean, they were just having a little bit of fun, but Jason, I mean, it's tough. I mean, Texas, like you guys are saying, A&M did a great job with NIL. Player retention, maybe not so much, but at least with NIL, they were one of the best in the country.
I mean, the athletic director can't do anything about that if the coaches are just doofuses, right?
Pete Thamel was cringe, man. I can't stand that dude. Anything Michigan related, he always trolls on Twitter, and then anything else that involves any other school for anything bad, he never reports. But as soon as Michigan comes up, he's on it like 24/7.
Thamel reports Mark D'Antonio was Bama's second choice. I don't know about all that, Nick. I don't know. I mean, Thamel had his moments this season.
I think he's joking, honestly.
I'm pretty sure this is a Nick humorous super.
Yeah.
D'Antonio is a special advisor to the Michigan State program right now. Special assistant to the general manager or regional manager.
The George Costanza.
Exactly.
Assistant to the traveling secretary.
Just advises, gives his general take on things.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So we've had a lot of comings and goings. And so all of you who are kind of experts on your team, I'd love to hear y'all's take on, who's coming, who's going, who's staying. And Sean, the Ohio State Buckeye, I'll give you some credit for this. Other than Marvin Harrison Jr., who's probably going second overall in the draft, not a lot of people left. Chip Trayanum transferred, but it seems like you're bringing a lot of people back next year.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was not expecting this kind of retention. It blows my mind. The only other notable early draft declaration is Mike Hall, the defensive tackle. He'll probably be like a 2nd round pick, and the rest of them. I mean, what?
Sean, why does your players want to come back just to lose to Michigan again? I don't understand that.
You say that every week. It was slightly humorous the first time.
No, all seriousness. In all seriousness, though, seriously, if you guys, with all the people that you have coming back this year, if you guys can't beat Michigan this year, it's probably not going to happen for a while, man.
In
Honestly, this is your
Columbus
best
too.
chance.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
your best
I mean,
chance.
it's a big year. That'll be a huge game for sure. I mean, that will most likely determine the future of Ryan Day at Ohio State. But
Do
no,
you
I mean
really
it's
think, as an
it's.
Ohio
Well,
fan,
I'm
Ryan-
sorry. I'm just a minute or two here to talk about this. They retained about probably about 8 guys who could have been like top 100-ish picks this year. I mean, this team is really locked and loaded. And then they also add Will Howard and Quinshon Judkins in the transfer portal. They might have the 2 best running backs in the country coming back next year in the same backfield. Might pick got fix a couple issues on the offensive line. Maybe just one spot. Just get a tackle or a guard. You could kick. I think Josh Fryer should be a guard, so I'd like to see them add an offensive tackle somewhere. But I mean, this team is loaded, and I mean they should be. I firmly believe they should be everyone's number one in the preseason next year. I don't think there's a team that has their talent and experience and depth this season. I mean, like this should be one of their best teams in a long time.
But
Best
the
teams in
issue
swing
with
that
that is
time.
that
Guys,
don't
one at a
just-
time. Let's start with Erica.
they don't just start decide who's going to be number one coming into the season by who has the best players. They look at how they performed the year before, and I think Michigan will be number one coming in. That's just my opinion.
No, I don't think Michigan will be number one. I mean, Michigan loses more than Ohio State does, and the 2 teams are pretty close.
Are you kidding?
What's that?
They just won the national
think they look at both.
championship.
Yeah.
But that was last season. I'm saying in the preseason polls they should be number one. Now I think if you don't have them number one going into the preseason next year, you're doing it wrong. This team was 35 yards away in that game. That game was on the road. It was super close, and they've upgraded at quarterback. They return a bunch of NFL talent. I mean, this team. There's no excuses next year. None. I mean, it's just next year. 2024 Ohio State is like 2023 Michigan. Everyone's coming back with a mission.
I understand that, but don't they base some of those ratings or those standings on who was national championship last year? Why do you think Georgia was number one half the year?
Because Georgia had arguably the best team in the country this year, the whole way through. I mean, Georgia might have been the best team in the country this year. I mean, but they
Erica, I think Michigan should be number one, but I think they won't be just because, like Sean was saying, I think they go not just by what you did last year, but they also look at who you're losing, who's coming back, and everything. So Michigan's losing 19 players to the draft. So 19 players have declared for the draft already. So they're losing a lot of people.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, go ahead.
We do need to address the fact that Ohio State is looking for an offensive coordinator as well. So if you're going to factor in like how well they're going to do, obviously we know that an offensive coordinator will probably come with some other staff or some players like Toledo's coach, Jason Candle, maybe he brings somebody from Toledo, or Akron's coach, Joe Moorhead it seems to be one that they're bringing up. And we know Moorhead did some tremendous things at Penn State as the OC. Dan Mullen is somebody who I've heard a couple different sources talk about as an option. Dan Mullen, and then Liam Cohen, Kentucky's offensive coordinator. So
those are all like phenomenal options. I mean, proven, legit excellent play callers. So I mean, and bring in someone like that. So to liberate Ryan Day of play calling duties, so he can be focused a little bit more on the head coaching responsibilities and not have his hands so much in one unit.
Yeah.
I think that's a good decision. That will.
One
That
thing I
will,
wanted to ask, Ryan Day, like if he loses to Michigan again this coming season, is he really going to be out at Ohio State, or is that just like?
I think likely yes.
Yeah.
I do think he will. I do think he will be gone if they lose that game. More than likely.
Down the hot seat.
But I will throw in this caveat. You can definitely lose a game and make the playoffs. So if they lost to Michigan and then won a national championship they could lose to Michigan once, then beat them in the Big Ten championship, and then run it through. So there's a little bit more of a safety net if you lose that game this year than there has been in the past.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of strange to me that you'd fire an 11-win coach. I mean,
well,
I mean,
here's some of the fans. Oh man,
it's a different world at Ohio State.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
It's different when you're the coach of Michigan, Ohio State. They have different standards than other teams do. Their number one goal is to beat your rival. That's what you're hired to do. And if you don't do that, it doesn't matter if you win 11. You go 11-1 3 years. If you're not beating your rival, that's a problem. They'll get rid of you.
Yeah.
Ohio State's lost one regular season game in the last 3 years outside of the Michigan game, and it's
well.
There's already a bit of a hot seat on them. Mm-hmm.
Sean, to your point about how Ohio State has a chance to accomplish what Michigan did, there's a lot of similarities, like you said. You know, all those guys returning next season, and the schedule's a little bit easier. That non-con is just full of cream puffs. I mean, Marshall is going to get beat down. Western Michigan's going to get beat down. Akron's going to get beat down. But the conference schedule is tough.
Conference schedule. It's awful.
Huh?
Yeah. I am going to make a challenge.
It's an awful non-conference schedule. Yeah, I mean, I think that's Marshall's decent. Western was horrible this year. Akron's always horrible.
Yeah, but the CW curse got to Marshall. So after they played NC State.
Yeah.
Sean, what did you say? What did you saying, John? What was you going to say?
Oh, I was going to say, hey, fans of other teams that aren't the Wolverines, you might want to counteract these super chats here because they're all coming up Wolverine, and we had one Cornhusker. So Nick is saying OSU won't win a title. They don't have the culture. Hey, Buckeyes, you want to counteract that with your own super chat? Go ahead.
I'd say if your culture's bad, you don't have 10 guys that have like legit NFL futures all return.
Yeah,
I think the culture at Ohio State is just fine. They'll get it done.
True, and we have a question from the host of Illini Cast, co-host of the Big Ten show, Sonny Verma, and he has a question for us. What if Ohio State loses to Michigan twice next year, makes the CFP since it's 12 teams, and wins the national championship? I mean, we've never seen the loser of Ohio State Michigan win a national title. I mean,
we almost did. We almost did. I mean,
we almost did. That's true.
Yeah, that's
midnight away, probably.
Yeah.
I will say this. Looking at Ohio State's schedule next year, it's not very strong. And with all the people they got coming back, if you guys can't win a national championship next year, I don't know what to tell you, man, honestly.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's true. It's true. It is hard to win a national championship. I mean, you do have to.
You're going to have a better QB than you did with McCord.
It's harder than people think, Sean. People think
it's easy. I watch college football every year. I mean, Buckeyes have won it twice in my lifetime. I know how hard I know, and every year we have our hopes for a national championship. We've done it twice. I know how difficult it is.
Look at Michigan. It took them three. They went to 3 straight college football playoffs before they finally won one. So it's not easy.
No, it's
Jackson. Anybody that you're looking at either from Bama or elsewhere, players staying, declaring for the NFL, all that good stuff.
I'm curious about Donovan Edwards coming back to Michigan. I think it's going to be tremendous seeing what he can do. I mean, can Michigan get back into the playoffs? Which, I mean, you can get back in at 10-2, in my opinion, especially in the SEC or Big Ten. But if you're say 9-3, you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's borderline. 9-3 most likely won't get you in.
Well, Jackson, I was thrilled when I heard Donovan was coming back, but at the same time, I was like, oh wait, because we got Marshall coming in and we got Capita coming in, and we got all this talent behind him. It's like I'm wondering if that's gonna sway one of those guys to hit the portal. No, they know that he's coming back, so I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't affect it.
Yeah, but I am kind of waiting and seeing what happens. I mean, Noah Fafita, I'm curious to see if he stays at Arizona or if he goes to Washington. That we don't know, because we don't know if Arizona's going to be losing a lot of key guys and if they're going to go over to Washington with Coach Fish, or if they're just going to sit and chill over in Tucson.
My guess is he'll end up at Washington, but
I'm curious about that Washington Michigan game next year. I'm excited about it.
It's going to be an interesting rematch, Michigan Washington. There's revenge in the air.
Washington's also had a bunch of defections, either through early entries and the portal lately. I mean, they're in rough shape. They're in rough shape right now.
Well, we don't know whether Will Rogers, we don't know where he's going, but I'm curious to see how it works out for Isaiah Bond over at Texas. I think he'll do tremendous at Texas. I'm really sad that he left Alabama, but I wish him nothing but awesomeness over in Austin. And if we go against him, he'll need it. He'll need all the luck he can get. But who am I kidding? We'll wait and see what happens.
Absolutely.
John, is there any players you're looking out for on the portal, and who's staying and who's going to the NFL? And will Michael Penix or JJ McCarthy be drafted by the Vikings?
So, the portal, I think a lot of people, I think they wanted to get through the national championship parade and kind of get through that and but I think you're going to start to see moves made in the next couple of days to week or so for Michigan getting people. I think Talia is somebody that they're looking at, as a transfer quarterback. If they don't get Talia, I think they'll bring somebody in to compete with Alex Orji and Jaden Davis and Denegal for the quarter QB1, because they usually do. I mean, usually Michigan gets somebody. We got Jack Tuttle this year. We got Alan Bowman before that. So there will probably be a transfer QB that comes in and competes, right? The difference with this time around is they might actually be QB1, right? Whereas JJ was the obvious QB1, and so it was more of a battle for QB2 with Jack Tuttle and Davis Warren kind of competing for that position. So it's fascinating to look at who's going to get that position. So that's something I'm looking at. We did pick up a couple of people in the portal with Northwestern's guy and Maryland. So there was an O lineman and a defensive player that got taken. But honestly, the team is pretty stacked in terms of new talent and emerging talent, right? So you've got, Jason, you mentioned Mika Kapana. So everybody's talking about Jordan Marshall from Ohio, but Mika Kapana he looks ridiculous in film. 3-star, but doesn't look like a 3-star.
And don't get me wrong.
Go ahead.
Don't get me wrong. Jordan Marshall is a stud. He's going to be really good for Michigan.
Sure.
But if you watch tape on Capita, man, I mean, that guy is way overlooked. That guy is not a 3-star. I guarantee he's a high 4 to a 5. That guy is that good. He's talented.
You know, you are right, John. I am curious to see what happens with Taluya Tagovailoa because I mean, we thought he was going to go to Miami because Tua's over at the Dolphins, his family's at Miami. He wants to be closer to his family. But it is interesting to see what happens with Taluya because I mean, I want to see where he goes next.
There's also
I
an
would love
interest.
to see him come. I'd love to see him come back to Bama. That would be cool. But if he does it, that's cool too. Because I wish him nothing but
There's also an
awesome.
interesting thing with Talia. He does not technically have any eligibility left right now. He has to apply for a waiver, which it's not entirely certain he will receive. Like it's not a formality at this point, but there's a good chance he'll be able to come back for his 12th year of eligibility. Here,
It's getting up there now.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So, yes, Jason. Yeah. Talia needs a waiver. He is not. Yep. He is not. He technically does not have any eligibility as it stands right now.
Right. Is he going to end up with more eligibility than what's his name from Penn State, Sean Clifford?
Sean Clifford, yeah, probably.
Clifford, the big blue needy lion.
Oh man, he was there forever.
Well, let me see. Well, Talia,
that was Van Wilder right there.
Well, I know he played in 2020, so I mean, everybody that played in the 2020 season gets a pass because of it being the COVID season. Yeah, because if you look back at it, everybody kind of gets a pass on the 2020
season. That year
season.
doesn't count. That year's no eligibility counts.
I mean, John, you see tape on Capo. Does he look like a 3-star to you?
Hell no.
Absolutely not. He was just dusting everybody, dude. He's so fast. That dude is going to be a star, man. I'm telling you.
I agree. So I do want to go to Erica. So obviously we spoke a little bit about Cooper DeJean being kind of the key player that is leaving for obvious reasons. He's going to be a first-round pick and make first-round draft pick money. But who else have you seen as kind of staying or going or transferring?
So we have Jay Higgins coming back, who had the most tackles of anybody in the country, I think. So that's pretty darn big. Nick Jackson will be coming back. He actually had to ask for an additional year of eligibility, which he did get because of what happened at the University of Virginia. He used to be at Virginia before he came to Iowa, so they granted him that extra year. Quinn Schulte's coming back as well, who apparently helps a lot with, kind of being the quarterback, if you will, on the field of the defense. Apparently, Phil has a lot of trust in him and lets him call plays and stuff like that sometimes. So that's great news. Let's see who else is coming back. All the running backs are coming back, which for Iowa, that's a big deal. I'm not sure that will stick after spring practice, but we'll see. Obviously, Luke Lachey's coming back. That's pretty big for us as well. He's a great tight end, great potential. Probably be the next great Iowa, tight end to hit the league after next year, after next season plays out. As I mentioned before, Eric All is leaving, but everyone kind of knew that already. Logan Lee, who was in the defense, is also leaving. And I think that's pretty much it. We did have a few people enter the transfer portal, but they were buried on the depth chart, and frankly, they weren't going to make their way up anytime soon, so I get why they left. But other than that, we have a lot of our defensive players, like I said, coming back, and I think that's obviously key for us. And I think once the offensive coordinator position is decided and they go through spring ball, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more people leave, but it's a wait and see type of situation. And we're also over in scholarship, so we do need people to leave.
That is the tricky thing with this whole transfer portal issue is like balancing the books with your scholarships and stuff. That's one of the trickier elements here because you don't know year to year who you can bring in. Can't for sure.
Part of the problem is that the way Kirk does things on his team, some coaches will have those difficult conversations with those players who just don't have a future with the team and say, hey, you might want to hit the portal. You're not going to be starting here. But it seems like Kirk is not willing to do that. So that's part of the problem. And it's another thing that I don't like about how he coaches. Because obviously I don't think he should be a jerk to the guys and be like, you need to get the heck out of here. But, it's another thing to be honest. And if there's someone who's not going to be a starter, like, they should leave and free up a scholarship and make a better future for themselves on their side too. It's not just about the scholarships, it's also because of the player. And what good is it if he's going to sit on the sideline all the time? What good is it for him? So I actually was saying on the message board that I frequent that discussion needs to happen with Deacon Hill, but I got buried for saying that. I think I'm a lot tougher on the guys than a lot of people on that message board, but yeah.
Absolutely. Lemansky, of course, a fellow Iowa Hawkeye, just giving a $20 super chat. Thank you, Lemansky, for all of your support of the voice of college football. New teams must not be overlooked. New additions to the Big Ten. The stylistic changes from teams out west will be so interesting. Will Rule and Fickle change the team narrative more than a two-team race in 2024?
Less than the 2-team race, I think.
I think honestly, whoever the best two teams are in the Big Ten, they're making it to the 12-team playoff irregardless. The question is, who's going to get the 10-2? Who's going to be the third, fourth?
Well, let's answer Lemansky's actual questions that he paid $20 to respond to here before we get to aggressions here. I think Rule and Fickle are fantastic coaches. I think they're unquestionably going to elevate the programs. The problem is that the depth of the league is going to improve greatly. So the records. Only so many people can win these games, right? It's math that adds up to 0, and it's going to be, the league is going to get a lot tougher over the next couple seasons. The teams coming in out west will be interesting. I think Oregon's the one program out west that you can just rely on being very good, very solid, and consistent. The rest of them, they're kind of hit and miss, right? Lane Kiffin's done some really good things at USC, but that program has not been where it needs to be for a long time.
Riley.
UCLA, I'm writing them off. I think they're until they change their leadership, they're average at best. They're
Chip Kelly, I think,
in Washington, huge Washington. Everything just is going to depend on how Jed Fish puts it all together.
I don't think it's going to be so much better, but I think it will be better until the Pack can prove to me that they can play defense. I'm not going to drink the Kool-Aid just yet.
Well, and I think now that Oregon, is basically showing that Dan Lanning is staying, I don't think Oregon's that stepping stone job like they were at the Pac-12. Now that they're in the Big Ten, they'll be able to keep a lot of their guys. Unless they have a coach that's desiring to go to, like, let's say, an Ohio State, Michigan, or an Alabama. You're not going to see their coaches leave for Florida State or Miami anytime soon, now that they're in the Big Ten.
See, I'm not a believer that the West teams coming over is the end of it for everybody. I don't buy into it. UCLA, like everyone else said, there's nothing there. That defensive coordinator's gone. That was the whole show. It's kind of like what Iowa would probably be if Phil Parker were to ever leave, which is not going to happen until Kirk does. As for USC, it all depends on how they do defensively. Honestly, in order to play in this league, you need to have defense, and it just isn't going to happen for them until they have defense. And it seems like they might be okay, though. Like, based on the hires they've made, it seems like they might be okay. It's a wait and see. Washington is a question mark, and Oregon's like the one that you can rely on to be good. So I agree with everyone else who's kind of saying the West Coast teams are not this big threat that everyone seems to think. I just don't buy into that. I think the big
I do think USC has as high of a ceiling as any program in the country, though.
Yeah,
Like
but they need to
everything
do
is
it.
rocking
You
and
can have a high
rolling there.
ceiling all day long, but you need to do it.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
I think UCLA and Washington aren't going to be very very competitive, but I think USC and Oregon has a chance to compete for Big Ten titles. But like I said, that's going to be. Are you going to have a good enough defense to compete in the Big Ten? That like you said, Erica, that remains to be seen. So
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I'm not saying they're.
Oregon can be
I'm not.
very competitive. That we do know. USC seems to be doing a good job fixing their defense. They pretty much hired the new DC from UCLA, and they hired another guy. I forgot his name. I saw it today, but I think they're going to
They
be all
also
right.
hired the North Dakota State head coach to be
it seems like they're heading in
just to be a
the right
linebacker
direction. We'll
coach.
see.
Yeah, I mean they've been making some pretty big staff changes. I think they could do all right for 2024, but Washington, I think they'll be fine with Jed Fish. I don't think they're going to be like where they were with Kayla DeBoer, but we're going to be like wondering if they're going to be 9-3 going into 2024. I don't know for sure, but it's going to be fun seeing that Washington-Michigan game. I know they have to go to Iowa on October 12th, but then you got USC and you got the Donald Ducks on rivalry week. And Penn State, we're going to be waiting and seeing if Penn State can win that big game or not, but we don't know.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of question marks as things stand, and just so that the USC fans out there don't hate me, I'm saying the same thing about Iowa, except on the offensive side of the ball. I need to see that too. I mean, just because I'm an Iowa fan, like, doesn't mean I'm blind to my own team's problems. And
Right.
USC, we need to see their defense. Iowa, we need to see their offense. And teams like Wisconsin and Nebraska, we need to see the full package. We need to see, those new coaches produce what they're meant to be producing. And again, like I said about USC, the ceiling is high. There's no denying that. I'm not saying USC is a crap team or something. I never said that.
No.
But we need to see that on the field. That's all I'm saying.
True. I think USC will be able to show us, but I do kind of feel that Iowa, depending on who their next OC is, we're gonna wait and see.
Yeah,
but
I
Iowa's
agree.
got a
I agree.
they got a pretty. What'd you say?
I said I totally agree. I mean, I need to see it. Like, no matter who it is, like what the name is, that's going to be our OC. I need to see it. Like, I'm highly skeptical after these last few years with Spencer Petrash and Deacon Hill. Like, I'm very skeptical, and I just hope that they can have an average offense because that will be good enough. And that's a wait and see. There's a lot of wait and sees, and that's why I think the Big Ten this coming year, this next season, is going to be very interesting to watch because there's a lot of question marks. We really don't know except for a few certain things.
And the 2024 schedule is a little bit tougher than, say, the 2023 schedule for Iowa because you're gonna have to go to Ohio State, and you got Washington coming to your backyard. I mean, that's gonna be a big one right there.
I'm not that worried about Kinnick games, to be honest.
True. I mean,
it's also
I'm curious.
It's not the same Washington team that we saw this year.
That is true. I mean, we don't know who Washington's going to have on their roster. We know it's not going to be Roma Dunze or Penance. They're
right.
Yeah.
But, Washington, I wasn't overly impressed with their defense either. They're another team they need to improve their defense. I mean, that's just what it is in this league. And I think people underplay that. No matter what, the Big Ten is still, defense is important in the Big Ten, no matter who joins. That's just how it's always been. That's what's going to continue to be.
True. And I don't think you'll have to worry about UCLA because UCLA doesn't have any home field advantage at the Rose Bowl.
Right.
So,
yeah, I'm just fascinated to see like all these question marks we have. I'm so excited to see where they all end up, not just with Iowa, but all the other teams that have question marks.
Yeah, and now that the divisions are all gone, we could see, like a Wisconsin-Nebraska rematch, or an Ohio State-Michigan rematch, or a USC-Washington rematch in the Big Ten title game. Not saying we will, but I'm just
Right.
saying we could. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And it's going to be a lot better than, say, Michigan Purdue. We're not
Yeah.
going to be seeing those type of matchups in the Big Ten championship game.
I mean, Purdue, like, I don't understand them. I mean, you know, they obviously lost Braum, and since some things haven't been the same at all, but it seems like they get some decent recruits, but I don't know. I don't know enough about them to comment. And I'm sure that if Michael Hogg is listening, he's not happy with me right now, but I don't know. They seem to be a team that might be on the periphery of things once this league expands.
Well, and Ralph Wolf says UCLA is about to beat Indiana. Well, I mean, Indiana is going to be in a better position than them at the moment with Kirk Cincinnati as their Nets head coach.
Yeah, didn't he make some declaration at like an Indiana basketball game that they're going to win it all or something? What was the quote? What was it he said? Does
Yeah.
anyone remember?
Well, he had said something about Michigan and Ohio. He said something about we're eyeing Purdue, but we're also eyeing Michigan and Ohio State. Something
Well,
to
Purdue, I mean, it's possible for Purdue, but the others, I don't know about that.
yeah, dream big.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just curious to see what happens. Wisconsin, I'm looking forward to see what they bring.
They've done a good job recruiting. They've done a really good job recruiting, it looks like.
And I know that there are some people that question Luke Fickell and that air raid offense at Wisconsin. But I kind of hope that the ReliaQuest Bowl performance against LSU kind of stops that question.
Yeah, I mean, it did come against a pretty bad defense, but they look pretty sharp in that game, sharper than they did the entire season.
Yeah, that was weird. They did a lot better. That was really strange. What happened the rest of the season?
I wasn't surprised. I thought Wisconsin would improve from the beginning of the year to the end. I mean, it was a massive transition for them this season, and I think they're going to be solid. They're going to be a really difficult out for most teams in the Big Ten.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be interesting to see what happens. I mean, we don't know who's going to be 10-2 or 9-3 next year.
It's going to feel a lot like a new Big Ten in a lot of ways. And it obviously is, like with the West Coast teams coming in that. But I mean, it's not just those things that are changing. It's so many other what?
I mean, I don't even know how my offense is going to be next year because we're losing so many people. It's question mark for me too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yup. We do have I did make a banner on this because people saying Michigan's offense is going to be nobody. Well, Don's back. Tyler Morris is back. Colston Loveland is back. Samaj Morgan's back. And then look at some of these hidden gems here. Carmelo English, Channing Goodwin, Jordan Marshall, and Mika Kapana. So, and that's just the beginning. You got the OL, and they'll probably go out and get transfers in the OL like they do every single year. But you also have people in-house. Crippen, El Hadi, Percy. I think they're all back. So you got people. You know? You got
and most importantly, at the moment, you still have Sharon Moore to build that O-line. Yeah, that's a big thing with offensive line. The offensive line coach, I think, I've always said, probably the most important position coach on the team. So
that's one. That's one position I'm
not winning the
never worried about.
I can almost guarantee you that. But you know,
we got some talent coming in on offensive line. I'm not worried about offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, Loveland, he is an absolute stud. He's a monster. Of course, he didn't even have the option to go to the draft this year, right? He was a true
sophomore. Yeah.
Yeah. Morgan, I mean, he's probably the most explosive player they have on the team. Is that fair to say? But he's I mean, he needs to learn like how to play receiver. He needs to learn, develop that craft a little bit. But so yeah, it'll be very interesting.
All right, y'all. It's that time for final thought. And if you want to share, where can people find you on the internet? And we'll start with Sean.
All right. Not much final thoughts. Just it's been extremely cold the last couple of days, and I'm tired of shoveling snow, and I need to take a nap. So you guys all have a great night. Take care, and see you here next week.
Later, Sean. Thanks for stopping by the Ocho. All righty. We got Jackson.
Well, you can find me on YouTube at Jackson Johnson 979, where I'm trying to get the 500 subs. I am 221 subs away from getting to that magic number, 500. And you can also find me running my mouth on Twitter at Jackson09960335 and on Instagram and threads.net at Jackson Johnson 543908. And I'll
Check
be
out
watching a little
Jackson.
bit of the Eagles Buccaneers, and later on I'll be doing a pre-recorded reaction video of the Eagles Buccaneers.
Well, there's only one question. Did you wake
What's
up
that?
feeling dangerous today, Jackson?
Nope. But I'm getting there.
There you go. All right. Thanks for
Let's
joining
get
us as
dangerous.
always, man.
As good as always talking to you guys. And y'all stay safe, stay warm, stay away from that cold.
Double J. All righty. Next up, we got Moose.
I don't have much, John. I'm kind of sad because college football is over with. This is like the weird stage of the year, and it's just kind of we do have Lions though. The Lions are still playing, so that's good. No, I don't have much. You can find me on YouTube here, and you can also find me on Twix. I talk a lot of crap on there, but I'm mostly there for recruiting, but I do have an occasional troll or two. But nope, John, I don't have much. But I will say this: to all you haters saying Michigan's going to get their natty vacated, I hate to break it to you, but it's not happening. So, anyways, go Blue, John. Thanks for having me on. Good night.
Go Blue and good night. And last but certainly not least, Erica, the birthday girl. Final thought, and where can people find you?
Well, I did want to work this into the conversation, but since we didn't get a chance to chat it up about it, everyone who was saying that the Illini and that Wisconsin would be dangerous this year, y'all didn't listen to me. I told you it would be a bust. Everyone drank the Kool-Aid except me, and I think Moose also did drink the Kool-Aid, so good on Moose. But everybody thought that Wisconsin and that the Illini would be just so amazing, and they weren't. And I told you all. And I'm sorry, but it had to be said. I've been holding it
Victory
in all
lap. I think I had them 6-6. I mean, I didn't think they were going to tear the world on fire.
And I also have the right to say it because, first of all, it's my birthday and I can say what I want on my birthday. And we also beat both of those teams this year. So I can absolutely say that if I want to. And haters going to hate, I guess so, because I'm sitting here hating on those two. And to end it a little more positively, you all can check me out on Twitter, X, whatever you fancy calling it. It's at Eriquita0115, where I talk mostly about Iowa football and also recently Iowa's women's basketball, who, if you all haven't heard, is number 2 in the country right now. Go us. And also I've been watching a lot of the Niners, so that's good, and also the Lions. And so I'm looking forward to seeing those games coming up with the Niners and the Lions. And other than that, thank you for having me on as always, and go Hawks. Thank you very much.
There you go. Go Hawks. And thanks, Erica, as always. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
All righty. We are about done, but we have a lot of kind of final topics and things to make sure people know about. Tomorrow night, Michigan Wolverines Live with myself and special guest Dennis Fithian, who many of you know from Maize and Blue Review. You may watch his show every day. Good Afternoon, Michigan Football. So he will be joining us tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern to break down the national championship and what comes next in 2024 on Michigan Wolverines Live. We also are changing up the Big Ten show starting Friday. Check us out. Mark Rogers, voice of college football, is going to be taking your calls using the Prangley Productions phone line. So you don't even have to hit a link on that show. All you have to do is pick up the phone and dial 888-99-RILEY, and you'll be able to talk to Mark Rogers, voice of college football. I'm assuming it's going to be that number. It may be a different number. We'll see, but I enjoy saying that one. So every Friday night, Mark Rogers will be doing Big Ten Live over on our main channel Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern. But that doesn't mean I'm going anywhere. The Ocho will stay here Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern, and we are going to try to have a special guest to do a deep dive on a particular program. So we're starting with Illinois. And the great Sonny Verma, who I was on his show to break down Michigan, and now he's going to be on the Ocho to break down Illinois football for the upcoming season, as well as Big Ten topics we'll discuss. So we're probably going to do about 20, 30 minutes with a special guest, and then we're going to have the Voice of College Football community panel, as always. That's the working plan for the new Ocho. We'll still focus it on Big Ten, but of course, non-Big Ten callers are welcome as well. Jackson is on the show almost every week, and he's not a Big Ten member, but we let him on anyway. So if you have a lot to contribute, about Big Ten, you're welcome to be on the panel as well. As long as you're cool with it being a Big Ten show and not like, hey, let's turn it into an SEC or Big 12 or whatever show, because there's plenty of shows that do that all over the universe. But we stick to Big Ten football here. So check out the Ocho. Mondays at 8 and Fridays at 7 will be the Mark Rogers edition of the Big Ten live show, one-on-one calls, and all of that good stuff. Thank you, Moose, for that. And thank you. And let's see. Yeah, this is the best part. Now you get to choose. If you want the phone line, you've got shows for the phone line. If you like StreamYard, you got shows for StreamYard. Choose your own adventure. That's what we like here. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the Voice of College Football, tell a friend when we go live, hit the bell to get notified. When you're doing your shopping on Amazon, don't forget to hit the Amazon link so that Mark Rogers can get a couple of bucks, because what's wrong with that? And you do your shopping, same experience, just hit that link in any description section, and then it'll help support the channel so we can continue doing all of these things every single day on the Voice of College Football Network. Please at least join one of these two, Patreon or YouTube membership. Why? Because it supports the channel. It's as low as $2.99 a month for YouTube membership. You get access to lots of stuff, including our Discord chat, special content, hangouts. Mark does a betting guide during the season, and we'll have lots of stuff going on. And it supports what we do here, bringing on great guests, cultivating great content, and it supports Big J journalism, because that's what we believe in here at the Voice of College Football. Big J journalism. Get your Voice of College Football merch. We now have new merch. If you haven't seen it yet, I strongly recommend you check it out. Here at the Voice of College Football, we have for your perusal, and I will give you the link to the merch store right here. For your perusal, we have an array of incredible products, including National Championship mugs, National Championship classic tees from Michigan Wolverines. We got gift cards. We got keychains. We got recycled athletic shorts. Because that's always part of the shopping list is your athletic shorts, flags, and I'm actually looking to get maybe one of these for a couple of backdrops, phone cases, shoes. We even have T-shirts for the kids. That's right. For just $29.99, you can get a future subscriber of Voice of College Football t-shirt. There's sports bras, there's Sherpa jackets, there's mugs, visors, crop tees, fleeces. Hey, how about some Voice of College Football stocks? How about a jigsaw puzzle, a backpack, gym bag, distressed dad hat, and of course, the pet bowl. And that's just on the main channel. We've got you the Michigan gear as well. Rose Bowl shirts, all kinds of things for Michigan. USC is now a member of the Big Ten, so you got some stuff we'll add, I'm sure, to this as well. You got Iowa stuff, so it looks like Joey got to get back on the Iowa and the USC train here. But it's a lot of good merchandise for the whole family, friends, neighbors, and everything else. Check it out. The link's in the chat. Get yourself something. Get your friends something if you have college football fans in your life. And with all that said, where's Gizmo? He showed up briefly today, but he's mostly been very chill, which nothing wrong with that. Dependent Fanatic calls us the greatest channel on YouTube. That is a big statement right there. That's right. Big J, meaning the word journalism, the J is capital. That's what that means. Okay? That's right. We got baby onesies, all kinds of things. All kinds of things. Yes. Yes. I believe Corey has a merch line. I could be wrong, but I think Corey does have merch of his own. Yes. So there you go. And thank you. We have also just been called the most biased station on YouTube from our resident lover of Michigan, Stephen Cherry, in the house. Thank you so much for that. I don't think we are the most biased at all. In fact, the great thing about this network is that we have hosts that are Ohio State hosts, that are USC hosts, that are Nebraska hosts, that are Iowa hosts. We've got hosts for almost every single school, and if we don't, then we have guests that represent those schools. So I think we do a pretty good job, actually, of being trying to stay neutral-ish. Of course, look, each host is going to have their school that they root for. For me, it's Michigan. It is what it is, right? For Mark, it's Ohio State. Everybody has theirs, and that's just part of the equation. We're all rooting for somebody, but we really do try to be journalists, and we really do try to find information that a lot of people haven't seen yet. We talk to sources, and we try to do this for real. And we bring on really good guests, and just look at what we've been doing. I think it's good stuff. And speaking of a group that I think does a tremendous job, Trojan Conquest Live, which is coming up in about less than 50 minutes, with Mark Rogers, voice of college football, Tim Prangley, new author at Trojans Wire. So now Matt Zemek is at Trojans Wire, and now Tim Prangley has just joined the crew at Trojans Wire. So we've got some real USC media people coming on in and joining the voice of college football himself every Monday night at 11 p.m. Eastern. And I'm going to go one step further, and I'm going to put the link right here. So I'm going to ask everybody, if you can't make the show, that's okay. Go over there and just hit the like button for them. Let's get their show charged up. Okay, so we'll go ahead. Here we go. Trojan Conquest Live link. Okay, starting in about less than 50 minutes. So you can hear all about what's going on with USC. we do have a few Maryland fans. We do. We even have a Rutgers fan. And we brought in a Rutgers media member a few months ago as well. So we've had a few folks, Rutgers and Maryland, that we've been talking to. And we will be covering every team, meaning I'm probably going to have the Rutgers guy back. I'm going to try. I'm going to bring someone in from Maryland. I'm going to bring someone in. We're going to have someone Monday from Illinois. We'll have Minnesota people. We'll have everybody. We're gonna deep dive all 18 schools in the Big Ten during the offseason. So this is the Big Ten themed show. So we're covering them all 18. I am determined, and we're gonna start with Illinois. Then we'll probably hit Nebraska because I have a couple of guests in mind for Nebraska, and we'll go from there throughout the season. Obviously, if we have breaking news, we're going to cover the breaking news. But that's the goal. Deep dive on all 18 programs in the Big Ten for 2024. So we're very excited for this upcoming offseason, and just keep it tuned to the Voice of College Football for all your insight and analysis. Once again, you'll see me next tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern on the Michigan channel with Dennis Fithian at Maize and Blue Review, where we'll go over everything going on with Michigan. And coming up next, Trojan Conquest Live on the USC channel with Mark Rogers, Tim Prangley, and Matt Semick. Thanks, everybody, for hanging with me the last couple hours. This was the last episode of the Big Ten Live show in this format. So starting Friday, we'll have Mark Rogers do his call-in show, and then Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern, we will still have the Ocho right here on the main channel, The Voice of College Football. Until tomorrow night, wishing everybody a great, if you're watching NFL playoffs, enjoy it. Until next time, go blue, and we'll see you around.